Okay, welcome to the fourth round of TePe, Sigeman and Company chess tournament. After 3 rounds, we have 2 players in the lead, Erik Blomqvist and Badr Jobava, both on 2 points. Half a point behind, we have Nils Grandelius and Nigel Short. Today we have an interesting meeting between the 2 Swedish players. They have played each other a lot of times, and Grandelius, he has a fantastic statistic against Blomqvist. He has something like, let me check, 7-2, and with white 4.5 against a half a point. But the last game it was a draw, so before that he had 4 straight wins. So we will see if he can use this good statistic to get a full point against Blomqvist. So we take a look at this game. Grandelius starting with c4, probably hoping to avoid some of the preparation from Blomqvist. Blomqvist played c5, so now we are in an English defense. Knight c3, e6, g3 and b6. So now we are heading for a hedgehog. And all this has been played a lot of times, of course, but now normally you play d6. The black wants to play d6, knight d7, a6, keeping all his pawns on the 3rd rank. We take a look at the other games. We have the meeting between Nigel Short and Pavel Elyanov. Short playing white again. He was white yesterday, but he has another white today. Played e4, and no French this time from Elyanov. He had a very unlucky experience against Blomqvist, so now he tries the Caro-Kann. And Short playing a very unusual move. d4 is of course the normal move, but he's playing f4. And after d5, e5. Looks a little bit strange to play like this. You should think that black could play bishop f5 and then e6 and get a nice French with the bishop outside of the pawn chain. But we will see what Short has for an idea against this. The 3rd game is Badr Jobava. He is playing white against Harika Dronavali, playing d4 as usual. And no Trompovsky this time, because Dronavali played d5 and not knight f6. And now Jobava, who has played knight c3 a lot. This is his special variation, almost named after him. But today he is playing more normal, c4. e6, knight c3 and c6. And now Jobava was maybe a little bit worried to enter prepared variation. He can choose from knight f3, but then t takes c4 and we are entering the note boom variation. Very long theoretical variations. Jobava is not interested in playing long theoretical variations, so that was not an option. And if he plays e4, then black takes, white takes, give this check. White normally sacrifices a pawn, like this, And now again we are entering long theoretical variations. You could of course play e3 if you want, defending this pawn. Then black has an option. f5 is possible to play this stonewall variation with the bishop on c1. With the bishop on f4, it's maybe not so nice to play this stonewall variation, but with the bishop locked in, then it's possible to play. So Jobava played it simple. He took on d5, which is not the most dangerous variation, but it's possible. Black took with the e-pawn, and then he played bishop f4. Normally this variation is not very dangerous for black, because white has exchanged too early. Black can challenge the bishop on f4 immediately and exchange it. Jobava took and played bishop d3. So this is a standard Karlsbad structure. White is going to play for the attack with a3, b4 maybe, b4, b5. And black want to castle and develop. And later on maybe try something against the white king. So a strategic game, not so sharp. Not yet at least. And we see here that Elyanov played this bishop f5, which is of course a normal move. Short and Elyanov, they have played 2 times. It's 1-1, but both the other games, Elyanov had the white pieces. So this is the first time that Short is playing white against Elyanov. Jobava and Dronavali, they have never met before. This is the first game. So this is where the openings. Not as sharp as yesterday, when we had 1 Marshall and 2 Sicilian games. Today is Niels. He played bishop f4, trying to put pressure on the d-pawn, because normally black wants to play d6. But then we can put pressure on this pawn immediately. We have to go back with the queen, or else we will get forked. But now black cannot play knight bd7, which is the normal, because now the pawn is hanging immediately. So now black has to play, he has to develop his pieces in another way. So he's playing knight c6. And normally this is not the place for the knight in the hedgehog. You want it on d7, but if you castle like Blomqvist did, then you have to play it this way. Normally you would have played something like d6, and let's say rook d1, a6, and the knight on d7. Keeping this diagonal open and the knight ready to jump. But when you castle like Blomqvist did, then there is no time for d6, knight d7. So you play knight c6, and now you have to move your queen. And you should think it should be to d2. But is there an option? We must move it. Queen d2 looks normal, at least. And then you want to take control over this d file, pressuring the d pawn. And maybe put the other rook on c1.
castling and inaccuracy on black's part in that position is normal?
I don't want to call castle a bad move. It's another variation, not so common. But he has obviously prepared it, Blomqvist, because he played it quick. So I guess he knows what he's doing. He has been well prepared in all other games. But it's not a normal move. We can see that Niels played this Queen D2, which is normal, and immediately Blomqvist played Knight A5. So he is in book, in preparation. He's hitting the pawn on C4. We have to defend it. And maybe the point is that he can now free himself with D5. Because now there is no weak pawn on the D file anymore. Okay, the knight is maybe not so strong on A5. If black can exchange these pawns and then just develop, then he will of course have an equal game. The problem normally is that the queen on D8 has no good square. If we imagine two white rooks on D1 and C1, the queen on D8, yeah, where do I put it? Maybe you have to move this bishop to put the queen on E7 somehow. But still,
B4
sorry?
Bishop B4 as well.
Yeah. But it doesn't look like Niels has surprised Erik at all, because he is, as yesterday, playing his moves immediately. So he is prepared also for this. Okay, what do we want? Bishop b4 is of course possible, because now this is a serious threat, winning a piece. So we have to move the queen maybe. And now again we would like to play d5, because this is the point of black's play, trying to exchange this pawn. No. If this is working for black, then it's very good. So there must be something for white to... Normally this one should be hanging, but it's not, because it's always defended. We play a move like knight e5, and then there should be a problem on b7, but there is no problem, because the knight is defending. Normally that is not the case. Yeah, instead of to play like this maybe. Always irritating to have a rook against the queen. And we would like to play queen e7, but then maybe a3 is possible. I don't know what this bishop. I would like to take and take and take, but then there is a problem with bishop d6.
Bishop c5.
You want to go back, and I have no fork because you have knight c4. Yeah. You want to attack this one? Or
Well, I was just looking for a square.
you are looking for a square.
Yeah.
So, but d5 is not played yet. This position we have. Blomqvist, he is choosing. Should he play d5, bishop b4, or maybe something else? Okay, we take a look at short against Elyanov and see what they up. Bishop f5 was played. Knight f3, of course, very normal. Also e6. And now Short is thinking. How should he develop?
What's the name of this opening?
It's a Caro-Kann, but not a common variation in the Caro-Kann. 2 f4 against the Caro-Kann, you don't see every day. It looks strange. Looks more like a good French for black. You have the pawns like in the French and with the bishop on f5. The problem is that maybe this bishop is exchanged. The knight can come and take it, or maybe you can hunt it down with the pawns or something like this. So it's not clear, but this is not a refutation of the Caro-Kann. That's for sure. Okay, and what do we have this position? This is Jobava against Dronavali. They exchanged the bishops, and Jobava played bishop d3. And now Dronavali played g6. Why is my simple question. Why would you like to play g6?
To stop the bishop.
To stop the bishop from giving mate on h7. But it's a long way.
Next week.
The knight is defending h7, we have not yet castled. I don't understand this g6. I know, of course, this maneuver. We have it like knight h5, knight g7, and then exchange this bishop. Could also be the other knight. You come like this, 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 and this. And it actually has a name. And in Sweden, we call it Stålberg's exchange maneuver, from Gideon Stålberg. He played it in the, like black. So it's a very good plan, but it's also very slow, because it takes such a long time, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you exchange the bishop. But to play it right now, g6 looks very strange and very early. So I don't understand why you have to play it right now. Jobava answered with knight to e2. And as usual, he's playing fast. Always playing very fast in opening, but then starting to think later on. So it's not like he's playing all the game in a high speed, but the opening, he's playing quick. Now, knight bd7 was played by Dronavali. Is she going for this? And then this. I'm not sure, maybe. But when you have made all these moves and want to play bishop f5, then I play knight g3 and I stop it. Queen d2 was played. This is sometimes I don't, maybe when he can play f3 or and e4 or maybe e4 immediately, there will be some weak squares because of this g6 move, weakening the king's position. But if white is maybe playing f3 and e4, trying to take the center with the pawns, and then using these weak squares. So we will see, but as you understand, I don't like this g6 move from Dronavali. Now we see Blomqvist, he played bishop b4. And now, of course, white must be very careful, because there is a big threat. If black could move again, he would play knight e4, hitting the queen, and I cannot take because I'm in a pin. So I will lose this knight on c3. So after bishop b4, white must defend against this threat, and that's done. You move your queen, probably to b2, because maybe you can. Oh, sorry, this arrow was wrong. Maybe I can use the queen on this diagonal. But I want it out of the way, and I want my rook on d1 on the open d5. And now we see Dronavalli. She's not going for the Stolberg exchange maneuver, not yet at least, because she's putting the knight on b6. And Jobava is playing f3. He wants to expand in the center. And when he has played e4, he will always threaten e5 with a fork on the queen and the knight, and the queen can come. And the question is, where are you going to put this bishop on c8? These squares are not possible, and I don't want to exchange to get a double pawn, so I have to put it on e6 or d7. So this looks all very normal, but normally there is black squared bishops left. There is white has a bishop on g5 and black has a bishop on e7, but they are exchanged. Short played d4. So this position is well known, but with a pawn on f2. And white played bishop e2, for example. If white played this instead, then white, Nigel Short, would actually be playing the variation that's called the short variation, named after Nigel Short. So he doesn't want to play his own variation, so he played with f4 instead. The new short variation, maybe. Normal for black would be to play c5, like in the French. And then knight c6, attacking this pawn. And playing on the c5. We also have the bishop. So with the rook on c8, maybe the rook and the bishop can connect on c2 later on. So c5 would be a normal move, or else he has to start to develop. But there is always one big problem in this kind of position. It's that this, take away, this square I need for my bishop and I need for my knight. And that's the problem for black. This pawn takes away the square f6 for the knight. So I have only one square for these two pieces.
Want the knight go to h6 and maybe f5?
Knight h6, and now you want to go to f5, but
Yeah.
what's the problem? You already had, there is a piece. So that's one more problem. And that's a normal problem if you think black has a little bit less space. So this is a normal problem. You have not enough space for all your pieces.
Maybe the bishop will come to e4 at some point.
Yeah, maybe. Or it will get exchanged. Then maybe you can put the knight on f5. But normal would be c5, knight c6, queen b6. We're trying to get to this d4 pawn.
What about something like h5?
h5 to save the bishop or to
Yes, and maybe knight h6 or something.
maybe, but I would like to wait with this move when it's needed, because I don't think I need it yet. The bishop is not in danger.
Maybe h3 is played, play h5.
If h3 is played, then we play h5. I would like to immediately start to attack the center. Of course, white can sometimes take, but now we have big problems on this diagonal because we have moved our pawn from f2. With the pawn on f2, here we could castle, for example, still, but now there is a problem. So I think on c5 you must defend. So this would be the normal way to play. Knight c6, a good square.
Will this just end up being like a better variation for black, like than it would normally be in the French, because your bishop is not there?
Yeah, but this bishop, sometimes we need the bishop, even if it's bad. This bishop in the French, standing on c8. When we have the bishop on c8, then we can play f6, for example, because we have this e6 pawn well defended. But without the bishop, it's difficult to, for example, break with f6. But I would think that this must be okay for black, this position. So what has happened? Grandelius, he played queen b2, and Blomqvist almost immediately played d5. So now he's solving the problem with this pawn, which could be weak on an open file. He's trying to exchange the pawn, and the problem is gone. Now he's even threatening to win a pawn. So the question is, how do we pose problems on the black position? There is this knight on a5, which is not good. The knight should be in the center. This is no good square for the knight, but he has managed to play d5. So what can white do? White can, of course, take. Rook d1 also looks very normal to pin the pawn, because now the queen is behind. And as I said, normally in these positions on d5 you play knight e5, trying to use a pin, but there is no pin because the knight is defending. But maybe you cannot take because you have something like. But you can take this one in between, or else I would win this. But the knight is defending b7, which is important. And now I would think Grandelius will think for quite a long time, because he understands that now he must find the correct move, or else black will just equalize easy. Now we see Dronavali after f3 from Jobava. She played bishop e6, maybe hinting at playing knight c4 sometime. I can take it and then play in the center, but Jobava, he responded with e4, and now there is a big threat. He wants to play e5, winning a piece. So what should black do about this? He can of course take. I take back, and no problem is solved because I have the same threat again. Or else he has to move his queen, or he has to move his knight. Or she, I should say. She has to move the queen or the knight. The point that could be weak in the white position is this pawn, because it's no longer defended by another pawn, but I have this knight defending. So no problem right now, but this pawn could be the weakness. What's interesting is that the position is opening up, and white has not castled, black has not castled. So still we don't know in what direction the king will come. I guess white will make short castle, black, I don't know. Short or long. Both are possible.
How weak is white's B pawn?
B
Yeah.
or D.
B, since
B.
the bishop is gone.
No problem at all.
Okay.
Because if a pawn should be really weak, it should be alone mostly, or impossible to defend with another pawn. But this I can always solve with a move like this. And also, for a pawn to be really weak, it should be on an open file normally, if I could attack it with a rook. So that if you take, this pawn is on an open file and it could be weak later on. And I cannot defend it with another pawn. So that could be a problem. Black, there is no weak pawn. Black's problem is that there are some weak squares, and they are black. A lot of black squares that white can use. Tornavali, she had to move the queen, and she played queen e7. Okay, this is not nice for white to have the king in the center anymore. So he immediately castled. And now black has to do something in the center. One move that comes to mind is always to play c5, trying to open up, exchange pawns in the center and then come with a rook. But of course it's dangerous to play moves like this before you have castled. Because one check and you have to move the king. And in this position, Elyanov, is like this, he's still thinking. I think this has been his big problem in this tournament, Elyanov. He's thinking too much in the opening. He's coming in time trouble in every game. Lost control against Blomqvist and also against Jobava yesterday, even if it was a draw. But he had a very good position, but in time trouble, he couldn't keep the control and lost his advantage. And I find it strange, actually, that you have to think so much because c5 is so natural. But maybe that's the trap, that it looks so good. Yeah, that's interesting. The big question for white is, should I exchange this bishop, take with the queen, and then try to play something with f5, some attack maybe? Or should I try to capture it? But it looks very difficult because there is always a square. Normally I would like to take this bishop with a knight, if I could, and keep this bishop. So that's a question, if white wants to play bishop d3 or not. Exchange, castle, and then come with f5.
Can c4 ever be an option?
c4 also possible, but let's say now it's black's move, of course, but later on c4 and knight c3. But it's very well defended, this pawn on d5. So of course it's possible. So now the openings are over, and they have only played 5 moves, and I start to think. And this other game, the opening is over, but I have played 12 moves. So this is what I know. And now they start to think. Now we can see that Dronavali also played short castle. She has to remove the king. And now, of course, I can go to h6 with the queen, but I cannot mate with just the queen. I need more pieces, so that's too early. But we always know that we have some squares that is not defended. And now the question is, how should we attack with white? Do we want to play e5 and then try to attack like this? Or do we have something else? You can also play a move like rook e1, for example. Not deciding yet. Maybe now on e5 you better go like this, trying to control. But Jobava found a very tricky move. He played queen g5. The idea is simple. He wants to play e5, and when the knight moves, you can take the queen. So he's again threatening to win a piece. So you have to defend the queen, so you can move the knight. But he is playing all these moves extremely fast. 4 minutes he has used, plus the increment. Has played the moves in about 10 minutes. So how do we defend against this? And we see the problem with this g6. We cannot move the queen, for example, to d7 if you would like, because then the knight is not defended. So probably we have to defend the queen. King g7 to give the knight a square, defending the queen, but I will not exchange, and I will take a look at this knight later on. This knight should be somewhere in the center, but it's possible to play, and also with king g7 you cover maybe this square, but can I play, I would like to play knight f4. Because this is actually threatening to win a piece again. If I could play again, I would give this check, because this one is pinned, and this one is pinned, because then I take the queen. But on knight f4, maybe I can play what can I play? Do I have to play this? or I have to protect my queen, but this looks dangerous already. Sometimes white can also take on d5 and play with a rook on the e file. I would be very worried if I was black in this position. Now we will see they have made a lot of moves between Blomqvist and Grandelius, or Grandelius and Blomqvist. Niels took on d5. Black took on c3, so he has given away a bishop for a knight, but he will get it back because now he takes with a knight and threatens the queen and the bishop. The queen has to go, and now he takes the bishop, the queen takes back, and black moves the queen to come with the rooks. So now we have two open files, symmetrical pawn structure. Is there any hope for white? This knight, still not good. Should not be on the A file, of course. It should be in the center. But it's very difficult to do anything with the rooks, because when white do anything, black will just put his rook opposite and exchange, and then come with the next one maybe. Now also one problem could be that this queen could arrive on a3. Take a look at this a2 pawn if I move my rook away. Could of course play a move like b4, threatening to take the knight. Only one possible response, knight c6, and then maybe a3, and maybe it's not so good to have the knight on c6 because we are blocking our own bishop. And then try to play rook c1 and put some pressure on, but Niels played rook c1, and now of course black must not allow this move. It's protected by the queen, and if we can reach c7 we have a very active rook, so this must not be allowed, and I guess rook c8 is the normal response, like this. So what's white's idea? Sometimes you want to use this square, but it's well defended. Something like knight e5 and coming to c6, change the bishop, put the pawn on b5. But black seems to have everything under control, and he played this rook c8. Elianov, he didn't play c5. Of course, it was too simple. So he played knight h6 instead. So he didn't play to e7 because he wants this square for the bishop. And this knight, it can come to f5 if the bishop is exchanged. But maybe I can also wait. And this c5, he can of course play this move in the next move. So now the problem for white is what to do. Should we exchange this bishop and then castle? But now when we exchange, let's say we take, then the knight will take back. And that looks nice for black. And then we play knight c6, and everything is under control. And in this game, nothing has happened. Queen g5 from Jobava. Dronavali, she's still thinking. And there is a problem. e5, winning a piece. What do we do? Defend the queen, maybe. Then we should play rook e8. And now with e5, then we can just move the knight. And the queens might come off. Let's see what Nils played. He played this knight e5. He's trying for this square, I think. The bishops will disappear, be removed, and then he wants to hit this knight with b4. And if it was this position, black would be forced to play knight b7, which looks very bad, and then we can come to c6 with a knight. And then there is maybe even a pawn dropping. But that was 2 white moves in a row, and that's of course not allowed. So king takes. Black can maybe give a check on b7. But white might even exchange queens like this and still try for this b4 and win this square. So if we can plant a knight on c6, we will have a very active knight. Black will have problems with the a pawn, and he cannot play rook d8 if you have a knight on c6. So this might be the plan. The c6 square. So what can black do about it? And it's no point to exchange, because then we will have this, and we will take, and once again we play b4, and now we have to play this very stupid knight move again. This is not a square, and we have knight c6, winning a pawn at least. So still some pressure from white.
Can black chase away the knight with f6?
What, sorry?
Can black chase away the knight with x pawn to f6? What would be the repercussions? I mean, the d pawn would be, sorry, the e pawn would be a bit loose, but
You want to play this, yeah?
just to chase away the knight.
Creating some small weakness, of course, but maybe it's not so so dangerous.
Maybe e5 isn't open, I suppose, but
So where do I move my knight? That's the first question.
D3.
Maybe d3, yes. Do we have a choice? Is it possible? No, then take and take. So I have to go here, covering some squares, and now this is not a very big weakness, but maybe later on the knight can come to f4, trying to get to this pawn, and if it's moved, then there will be some more squares for the knight. So maybe f6, it's possible.
How about bishop takes d2
Bishop takes, I take with the king.
and queen b7?
I want to put my queen on f3
Okay.
and take, maybe, but maybe now f6. Then I cannot play b4 and place the knight on c6. This looks very equal, even drawish maybe. So this is not much for white. But you don't need much. You need just a little, so you can pressure and hope for one more mistake. You don't want an immediate draw. And in this game, nothing has happened. Queen g5. Dronaval is still thinking. So the time is ticking down. And the position is dangerous, probably. In this position, 5 moves played only after 1 hour. Very unusual. And also very unusual that the player who is surprised with f4 is also the player who is thinking. Normally it's the other way around.
But how common is it with a pawn on f4 in card?
It's not common at all.
No.
No, so but white choose to play f4. They play 2-3 more moves, and now he starts to think.
He said, I'm not playing Caravan usually, can the short get surprised, or was it just I don't want to prepare that?
I think Eleanor plays the Caro-Kann sometimes. Now we'll see, because now there was a move. Short played knight c3. And when this knight comes to c3, you're of course even more interested in playing c5, because now you cannot defend with a pawn on d4. But maybe there is some danger with this knight. Or white just want to take with a knight on d4, hitting maybe the bishop. So knight c3. I don't know, a check maybe, but I don't sure. I don't like. And Dronavalli finally played rook a to e8, keeping one rook to defend the king and one rook to defend the queen. So now we are not winning a piece, we can just move the knight wherever we want. But there will be a queen exchange if white wants, but I don't think he wants to exchange queens. Maybe he plays rook e1. Or else should move this knight. Can maybe come to f5. I played e5 immediately. The knight has to move h5 or d7. Let's say here. Is he going for an ending? But then maybe c5. Or is he just moving the queen? Looks more in the spirit of Yobava. Should you go to h6 or where should you go? It's of course also possible to place the knight on h5, but I don't know what it's why I would like to have it on h5 actually. And Blomqvist, he played f6, hitting the knight before the c6 square was available. And of course you have to play knight d3, it's the only move. Everything else is almost lost. So you have to come here. And now, how do you put pressure? Still it's this knight it's not so good.
I think Nils is going to play this like Ulf style.
He will have to try to play it like Ulf Andersson style, but the only player who can play in the style of Ulf Andersson is Ulf Andersson. I'm sorry to say.
What's wrong with e5?
It's possible to play. Of course you weaken some squares, but you're also hitting the queen, so I have to move my queen, find a square for my queen. Where do I want it? Maybe e3, I'm not sure. Yeah.
e4 yes.
No, this I don't want to play.
What?
e4,
Yeah.
I will not play. Not with the bishop still on b7. Then I'm locking my own bishop and I'm helping the knight to better squares. Because there is no threat, so there is also a pin. So I don't like, so like this. e5 it's okay. But I would like to play a move like Queen a3 or something.
Maybe Queen A4 instead.
You want to put your queen on a4. Yeah, why not? But now, let's say I play take, give a check. Okay, you have to solve this. And what if I just take and play? If I play really boring, take, and this.
But
Maybe white is a little bit better because of this knight on a5, and maybe it's a little weak around the king, but it's hard to imagine you really could get something out of this. So we have this and f6 and knight d3, and Blomqvist is thinking. Jobava, he exchanged the queens. Knight h5, and he took on e7. Rook took back, and now he's playing on his bishop on d3. Should be better than his opponent's bishop on e6.
So that knight on h5 doesn't look too intimidating.
This knight on h5,
Yeah.
it's not trapped at least, because if I try to trap it, I always has this square. Luckily I played g6 or what, maybe. But black doesn't have any real play. If you try to break with c5, then you always have a bad pawn on d5 left. So what do we do with white? Do we play f4 or we play something more slow? Maybe some rook move, or we have to identify also black's counterplay. From where does it come? From f6 or? It's not too easy for white either in a position like this. If it's f4 and g4 and f5, you have 4 pawns on this side against 3. So of course you want to do something with the pawns on this side, but it's not so easy to expand. And black has these 4 pawns against 3 on this side, but that's almost impossible to play c5 in a good way. Sometimes white can play with b4, b5, trying to create weaknesses. He played a4, hitting at a5. Probably black will play a5. Probably if you play a5, maybe white can go for this and then b4. And let's say take, then you have this pawn to take care of later on. And if you are allowed to play a5, then you must move your knight. Yes, he has something to hope for, Jobava. a6 was played because she didn't want to allow a5 and a6, and now he's playing b4. So now he's attacking with these 2 pawns like you normally do in this structure. You call it minority attack. 2 pawns attacking 3. Trying to create a weakness. And still playing extremely fast. He has used 9 minutes plus the increment. He gets 30 seconds every move. That's another 9 minutes. So he has played all these moves in 20 minutes. 1 minute to move. All is very simple to him.
Is he a strong blitz player as well, or?
Yeah, but if you are a strong player as he is, then you are also strong in blitz.
Okay.
But he is strong.
Okay, but maybe Iliana and Short would have a hard time in blitz.
Yeah, they will have to play blitz, both of them, because they are playing really, really slow. After knight c3, 6 moves played by white. Now Elianov is thinking. So what do we want? c5 is of course one option again. Or maybe you should take it slow, because we don't know really what's white's plan. But let's try. I want to play c5. Why is that not possible? If I can play c5, knight c6, then I must be in good shape. Okay, I try to exchange. I go knight c6, defend maybe. What do I know? Bishop e7, or take maybe. I don't really see the point with white's position. Now we can see that e5 was played by Blomqvist, and now Niels has to move his queen. a4 we checked, queen e3 maybe. Is there another option? Queen f5, g4. But normally Blomqvist doesn't like positions like this. He wants some more complicated positions. He wants to play attacking chess, sharp tactical variations. So this is not what he normally plays and not what he likes. But of course he can play also a position like this, but it's not what he normally longs for. He wants winning chances also with black. So whether we put the queen, I like to play to e3. I cannot really explain why, but that's what I like. Also a4 of course is possible. Yeah, maybe it's better. Okay, we try again. I take and give this check. Should be good to have the queen on this diagonal. And also covering c8 and c6. Maybe I don't have to take on c1. Maybe I can just play. But okay, we try. I try to play really simple. So what's white up to now? Is there anything dangerous at all going on? Let's say b4, hoping to get this pawn. Play knight c6, then maybe I can give a check. And this might be a little bit annoying, but can I not come here? Do I have anything? I should probably play something with my queen, but what about my knight? How should this knight enter?
But
Very little for.
he didn't need to move the horse
Sorry, at what? In what?
there and down c1. Yeah, first that and then
Take.
queen c4.
No. Queen c4. It's mate.
There was
A good argument. But maybe I can play queen c6. Because I cannot take the knight because my queen is hanging. And if I take, the knight takes. And we can agree to a draw, I guess. Or maybe black is even better now, actually. His king is close. So we will see. In this game, after the exchange, there were played a4, a6 as we saw, b4, and now knight g7. Jobava responded with b5, trying to create weaknesses on the queen side. And Dronavalli made this very natural move, trying to exchange the bishops. And the bishop is not defended. We have to defend or we have to take. So there is no time to win a pawn on a6. We would like to take, but then this one. And when the bishop has gone from d3, there is a nice square for the knight on c4. Should we defend this one with a knight? Because a knight on d3 could be quite good, coming to c5 later on. Jobava took, the knight, of course, took back, and now how do we let's say we take, just to try something. We can play this, and the knight comes, but we have no square to enter, all covered. The rooks are covering, and the knight also covers b6. We cannot enter with a rook.
But what's about something like a5 and knight a4?
Yeah, you have to play this and come with a knight. The problem is you also have your own weakness on a5
Yes,
to take.
but if she takes, we just move the knight and the a6 for instance.
Yeah, maybe. We will see. The position is like this. I make do like this. It's like this. But we don't have to take because probably black don't want to take on b5. We can play a move like rook b1 maybe. But of course we can try something like this and play a5. The knight moves and we come here. No, we don't come here. Because we don't want this. Okay, we can take, but then there will be a lot of exchanges.
But we got the 5.
Yeah,
The black rooks are a little bit awkward.
yeah, we have seen these kind of endings. White trying to win. White is of course better, but it's not so easy to win.
Doesn't have to be easy.
But we maybe want more. But of course you can play like this. Can we do anything else? And in this game, nothing is happening. This is extremely slow. 6 moves played, 1.5 hours gone of the round. So how should we play this? We can take, we can go, we can try. How good is this? Maybe that was the wrong rook actually.
And maybe e6.
But just. I don't like this one is exchanging. Now I see that they have made a move in the short Elyanov game. He is refusing to play c5. So he played bishop g4. Then he can always exchange this bishop for the knight, and also he has this square for the knight on h6, so he can come to f5.
Doesn't feel like a card at all. There's a white pawn on f4, there's no c5.
Yeah, but if the pawn would have been on f2, it very much looked like a Caro-Kann, this e5. But it's an unusual position.
If g6 was played, I know this position. With d6 and something.
Sorry?
Like with g6, I've seen the position before.
With g6.
Yeah. And something like that.
But I would not like, I don't need to play it right now, at least. So what do we have right now? Gardelius is thinking about where he's going to move his queen. Trying to find a good square. E3, A4, or maybe something else. What do I know? Queen F5, Queen G4. But I don't really, let's say I go to E3 this time. What if I take, and I give this check again? And now Queen F3 is a very bad idea because of E4, losing a piece. So I have to move my king. And then what if I try to simplify? Maybe. I don't know if I should take, but okay, this, and then I have to go something like F4. Trying to get some play before the knight is back in the game, but that doesn't look too good. Maybe I should not take before. Maybe I should play F4 immediately. But then you can take. It's nothing. Probably. Looks very difficult for white to create something. This very simple plan for black. Exchange bishop, give a check, exchange the rooks. Now we play Queen A4. And okay, black, of course, doesn't have to take, but it's the most natural to put the queen on B7 instead. So I try it again. We have already seen this once, but do we have another move? Is it better to play maybe F3 in this position with the idea if the rook takes, then this is actually not a threat because I have a mate. But what can I do with this trick? Can I use it to anything at all? I can play a move like B4, hoping for knight C4, because then I can just take and mate again. So on B4, knight C6 must be played, and now maybe we have some. Do we have any pressure?
Can you give the check?
I can give a check, but I don't know what to do on Queen F7. problem. Can I do this in a better way? If I play b5, then I just move my knight. Is this anything? Let's say I don't know where to.
D4.
D4. But then I take on c8 and take on a7. Okay, you can. I try this. And maybe I give a check. Then king f8 maybe. Okay, I can take. The knight has to take. And I can again try to put my knight on c6. And if the knight comes to c6, then I'm good with white. So this is something, but I'm not sure if this was, or I'm sure it was not forced. So maybe, let's say we try it again. It takes, I give a check, and I should play f3, so my rook is not taken on c1 with check. In this position, I want to play with this mating threat, and I try this. So maybe this is something. Or can he play? No, now I'm going to make myself immediate. This actually look better for white. So maybe this is too simple. Play from black.
Was E4
E4 now.
No, in the previous.
You want to take. You want to give the check. Maybe now. Or you want to take.
Well, yeah, just as an idea at some point, but I thought maybe when the knight was on E4.
But let's say take. Rook c8, and I wanted to play b4.
Yeah.
As of right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But I will win a pawn if I, let's say, or if I take, you have to take. And now I must win a pawn somewhere. Can I play a6? Maybe. I can take the rook and give a check and take this pawn. Then I'm a pawn up. Or maybe, let's say this. You have to move. And let's say I play it simple and I give a check and I take this one. Then I'm at least a pawn up in the queen ending. And then we are happy. So this is not so simple maybe. So it is this square, c6. White is fighting to get his knight to c6 with a pawn on b5. Let's see what has happened in Jobava game. He didn't take, but played, let's do it like this, played f4. So he has not decided what he's going to do with these pawns. And sometimes, maybe not yet, but there will be something like king f2 and g4, maybe. I want to cover this square before I play g4, I think. Something like this, g4, try to play, and also create a weakness on the queen side.
How would you evaluate this position?
White is better. Clearly better, I would say. And in this game, nothing happened. 6 moves played. Fantastic. But this will be rather exciting between the moves 30 and 40, I think. Because then I will play with not so much time. Now, short played a very natural bishop d3, developing.
But if you play something like g6 now, then it looks like a position where you started c6, g6.
Okay, you transpose to something else, some Pirk or modern or something like this. But I'm interested in this one, the Swedish derby. If we don't take on g2 and give this check, what else? For example, this is no good. Then I take and sorry, then I play b4. And I think I have problems with my knight. I thought I could win it, but maybe I cannot do it. Or is this check
It's better with
and this?
bishop d7.
Bishop d7 now. Maybe. But still, the knight is trapped. No square. Always this knight on a5, the big problem. So maybe black has to be a little bit careful. How is he going to solve this knight problem? Because there is maybe a threat with b4. Knight c6 is not possible because I can just take, and if I can play b4, then I can take on a7 if it's not defended. So what can he do? So it's not so easy still. Okay, so I give this check, but maybe I don't start my exchanges. But what do I do instead?
Knight c6.
Yeah, and then maybe I can also give this check and play. Or maybe I should just double up. But when a knight comes to d4, it also hits my pawn on e2.
So white is a little bit better.
Very, very little. We are trying to make something out of white's position, but it's not easy. So let's see. Now there was a move played. Black took on g2 as expected. White has to take back, of course. And I think he will give this check on b7. What else? Okay, let's see. There was interesting development in short earlier now. Knight d3 was played. Knight f5 came. And short just took on f5. His good bishop he gave away. And black, of course, took back with the bishop. And now white's idea must be to try to harass this bishop later on. But maybe first bishop e3, but you have to try to get f5 in, like g4 and f5 or something like that. Or else this bishop could be very strong. So you have to immediately actually try to get some play. But it looks strange, white's play, to exchange this bishop on f5. And the other game, Harika is still thinking after f4.
How much better is white?
Yeah, clearly better at least, but how much? I'm not sure. Because white can always take on c6 or a6 and create a weakness. And black cannot start to take, because then the b7 will be a weakness. And also, with this weakness, white also has this plan to come with g4, maybe king and then g4 and try to expand on the king side. So there is a lot to think about. And it's not so easy to see black's plan. Now we will see what happened with Niels. Now it looks like black has made 2 moves in a row. That's very unusual, giving a check and then, no, he has given a check. Yes, the rook is on c8 already, yeah. So now Niels has a choice, f3 or king g1. And we had some nice tricks with f3 because we thought about moves like this and then b4, and now, for example, there is a mate. And also if we play b4, there is no time to exchange because then there is also a mate. And then it's important it's not check. So we cannot play king g1 if we want to give this mate. Harika exchanged 1 pawn. But now she must look out for a rook to enter, and this one can come on the b file maybe. And of course she can take, but of course this is a passed pawn, but it's a very weak pawn. This pawn is dangerous if it's on b2 but not on b7. Now it's just a weakness, and I'm not even sure if I maybe should play something like this and take it with a rook maybe. So there will be a weakness on c6 probably. Now this Niels played f3. So now he's trying to use this trick. But the big point in white's play is that he wants to have the pawn here and come with a knight to c6, as I have said a lot of times. But maybe this is simple. Just move the knight immediately before there is any tricks, and then try to put the knight on d4. In this position we need to use that we can give a check, but how to do it? Because if you give a check now, you can just play queen f7. And b4, then knight d4. It's irritating that it's hitting this pawn. So maybe knight c6. Black should not exchange, because then there will be weakness on e8. But with both rooks still on the board, there is nothing for the white queen. I don't see how to... Of course I can try to... Not this, then this. Not good. And this, then this. Not good. So I have problems even to find a square for the rook. And this, maybe this is also losing immediately. No, I can go on this turn. But then I should play this. And the problem again, the pawn on e2. Okay, you can try this, and it takes, and we take, and take, and take, and take, take. Can this be anything?
H5.
I shall not defend this one.
Maybe you could play queen c2 and some attack. No, then he has queen e3. Yeah.
I just want to play this because then I hit the knight and I defend this one.
Ah, clever.
Looks and then.
Very clever.
So I'm not sure how you create pressure against knight c6 immediately. But if black starts to exchange, then he could end up in trouble, because then the queen could enter later on e8 or d7. But just is solving the bad knight immediately. I don't see how to... But he didn't play it. He played rook d8. At least he didn't exchange. Eric, that was probably good not to exchange. And now it's up to white to find a good move. I try to take. Let's say the rook takes. I play rook c1. I look innocent. He takes. I mate. But because I think white wants to
H6 or something,
just to have a square. But what about if I take and I try b4? Have this.
Now e2 is still on e2.
So you have to play knight c6 to defend on a7. And now maybe, I don't know.
Knight d4 is still a problem.
Let's say I play b5. If knight d4, I can maybe take.
And then
Queen
queen c2.
c2, and then I have maybe this, but I can never defend all my pawns. Now black is very active. Doesn't look good, so it's very difficult for white to create anything, but he will try. In this game, there was an exchange on f5, made short castle, and Eleanor played bishop e7. And now a4, taking some more space on the queen side, but So what does white want? Try to exchange this one, or what? So a4 was played. But you should think that black is always okay in this position. And here, Dronavali, she exchanged on b5 and then started to think again. So what if white could take and then play rook a6? Let's say if we could take and play rook a6, then it would be very dangerous, of course. But it's black to move. What is the plan? This is not much of a help. We just take and come with other rook immediately. Now it's very difficult for black. No activity, no plan.
But have better squares or bishops. Or knights.
Black.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what are you? Yeah, but a knight on c4. What's a knight on c4 actually doing?
And next on e3.
And what is it doing on e3? And what's happening on e3? Not much. What does black wants to take a pawn or what? There is nothing. So there are some squares, but the knight on e3 together with the queen would of course be very strong, but there is nothing going on. There will be two rooks and there will be a weak pawn.
So is white winning this?
Winning, but white is better and with a time advantage. So in a practical play, but it's not so easy. This knight, we would like to attack this pawn. But to h5. Yeah, she played. So now she has stopped g4 at least, making this knight safe. If white now want to play g4, we have to play slow, and then this, and then this. Because if we start with h3, black will of course play h4, and now we are blocked. This would be disaster for white. So maybe g3, king f2, and then h3. But also rook b1 is of course possible. So we play something forcing. We take and go here. Black must defend. We go here. Black must defend. And we do something like king f2. And now, what does black play? Now we have some very strange transmission. I guess it's an error. I cannot imagine Jobava playing rook a4. a6, but not on my board. It says a4. But rook a6 is of course, yeah, the normal move. and you must defend, and I will guess rook b1,
It's played.
and then,
Is h5 played?
yes, all this is played, what we see right now, also up to this point, and I would like to play this, and then she must respond with this move. And now she is pinned. But how do we break through? Maybe we don't have to. Maybe we can now try to play slow. But black has to defend his pawn and then move the knight. So maybe you should not pin immediately, but now this rook is very active, pinning the knight, and this rook is of course passive, just guarding the knight. So white's problem is the knights. If we could activate the knights also, then we would be very good, of course. Should we play king f2 or something? King f2, g3, h3. Now, finally, c5 was played by Elyanov. And Short responded with bishop e3. Very natural move. Is it a threat to take? Maybe it is. And if we take, knight take, and hitting the bishop. So there is a problem. This is the threat, and we don't like to take, and Elyanov solving it with c4. So now he's blocking the center almost completely, and he has this nice bishop on f5. This bishop would of course have been bad if it was inside the pawn chain, but now it's outside. And what's going on here? Nothing going on. Rook d8 was the last move we saw. Rook fd8, and we cannot really find anything concrete for white. Maybe he has to try to fight for this file. But the problem is knight c6, and I cannot find a good move. Okay, I give this check. Let's say queen, and now I move my queen again. Because if I take, I don't see a follow-up, because there is always knight d7 defending the rook and moving the knight. So let's say something like this. Doesn't look like much. Or maybe it doesn't look like anything at all. So what do we do with white? If we don't take, what else? Jobaba played rook b1, and Tornavalli, of course, had to defend. So it was like this, rook b1, threatening the knight, and it's pinned, so you have to play this. So now black is tied up to defending this knight, because we cannot move the knight, then we lose the pawn. But how do we must create one more threat somehow, so that black's position collapses. How do we do that? We would like to transfer this knight to c5, but knight a4, just take.
Okay,
King f2 is normal. You want to play like this, and then this. And then maybe this knight can come. So what should black do? There is, of course, you can go back with a knight, defend this pawn, because then you can move. And start to exchange. A knight ending looks very safe for black, because it's difficult at least to take this c-pawn with a knight. You want to have the rook to take it. So you can go back. Black can also try to come with the king and defend. But when you are defending like this, white can start to push his pawns. It's majority on the king side. Create a passed pawn, take some time, but in the end there will be a passed pawn. Niels played a move that's, I don't really know the point with this move, rook d1. I can see it's an open file, but there is a knight in the way, and what does we want with a rook on d1? Is there a threat somehow? No. Short played after c4, knight e2. Now he's coming for the bishop. But it's not easy. But I started to play a little bit quicker than before, but still only 12 moves played in this game. Both of the players are used 1 hour each for the first 12 moves. Okay, let's see. Rook d1 played by Niels. And now black has to do something. Do we have a threat or not? Should black play something with the h-pawn, or are we just weakening the king position even more? But maybe we can get a square if needed, because we have seen this queen e8 mate so many times. It's an idea, maybe. What else could it play? You want to play this?
Yes.
Simple, yeah. This is of course what you want. Come with a knight in the center, and then it's a draw, you could say. So there must be some tactical thing for white, and of course it's this diagonal you are thinking of. Maybe there can be something, and the king is a little bit more unsafe than the white king.
Maybe you can take the knight forward.
What shall I do?
Take the knight.
Take the knight. Is this really possible? You want to do this,
So you can do knight takes e5.
but this is
That
not.
possible. Yeah.
No. But then we have to do it in another order. But it's not working. Take, no, take.
Maybe knight c6 is possible.
Yeah. So what do we do against this? Okay, we do it like this. Check. Because now we can do this trick maybe. Check. And we have done everything right, then this move comes. But still we will be pawn up. And we can pretend we are playing for a win.
After the check, you can move the king down.
And the defend, no.
No?
So there are some tricks, because on knight c6, queen c4, if I have to move my king, then I'm still have all these back rank problems again. I don't know if I have a good move immediately, but maybe I can play something like queen e6 or something active. But probably no tactic.
How about rook d4?
Sorry?
How about rook c4?
Yeah, I thought about rook d4. I was thinking about taking this one. Queen has to take. And I'm not sure if I can play rook c1, maybe. You cannot take my queen, because I did not take on c8 with check. You cannot be smart, because then I have this again. So you have to move the queen. But maybe that's possible. And now I have to move. Still maybe this, now white has the c file. Maybe the c file is more important than the d file, because that's one is blocked. And the knight is still on a5.
But e4 maybe.
Yeah, something like this. But do I have queen f5? I would like to have something with this.
Maybe you should just play h6 or something to start with.
Play h6, yeah, in this position.
Yeah, or instead of rook d4.
Yeah, instead, yeah, maybe. Not sure if this is weakening or not. We will see. Harika, she went back immediately with a knight, defending on c6. So now she is free to move the other knight. And there will be a rook exchange, and then she's okay, maybe.
Can't he move rook to c1?
Rook c1.
Yes.
Yeah, but there will still come this move. and then this rook will enter, maybe here, because this knight defends. So now white needs something, some way to attack this one. How do we do it? Let's see what's happening with short and Elia now. Bishop e3 we saw, c4 and knight e2. And now the knight is starting to get closer to the bishop. So black played h5 to get some squares for the bishop and also stopping g4 later. Knight g3 was played immediately, threatening to take, probably. And now black should move his bishop.
Okay, G6.
Sorry?
G6 maybe.
Pawn g6. Yeah, you take with a pawn on f. But then you will always have problem later on with this.
But an open file taking.
Yeah, not so sure. But maybe you can try this. Take with this one. And you have to play king d7 and come with the other rook.
Why not?
But you can, for example, also play bishop g4 again and exchange the knight on f3.
But then maybe some ideas with F5. Huh?
So this is white idea, is to play f5 somehow. And it's even possible just let it stand on f5 and take with the e pawn. Also possible. But then you have, because then you have a square on e6, but not so easy to get the knight to e6 maybe. Elianov, he moved the bishop to g6. And now white. You would like to play f5, or else you're a little bit stuck on the king side. So how do we do it? Do we play f5 immediately? Or is this absolutely nothing? I can just take it probably. Let's say f5. If I take with a pawn, it's of course possible, but my bishop looks very bad. Can I take with a bishop? I don't see a follow-up. Because there is no good knight jump, and we can always place this. e6, no. And if not f5, then what? You could...
F5 is just a sacrifice, or what?
Yeah. But maybe white can also try to break up with b3 somehow. Is black going to play h4? Then we have to go back again. And then bishop f5 coming back. And black has everything under control. In that case, we have to do something about the king side if we are afraid of h4.
Was knight h1 completely ridiculous in the previous?
What?
Was knight h1 completely ridiculous in the previous? On
pawn pushes to h4.
Let's see. You want to come here?
Yeah.
And re-enter? Maybe. But still, if you come here and I place my bishop, or you want to come, looks difficult. This bishop looks really strong, white squared. Now we see Jobava. He is not trying anything on the queen side, he's just playing g3. And I think this is a preparation for a. He cannot play this because of this. That's the big problem. So I guess he wants to play this, and later this, and then this. But what has he planned after this move? Should you exchange one rook? And then maybe this. Of course the rook can enter, but it's not so much happening. I want to play g4, but what do I do after I play g4? Take.
No point of checking on the A8
Maybe check, but then
to get after, and then
I can give a check, but maybe I don't have to do it immediately, but I can save this check to when it's needed. So g3 played. But what we see is the clock. 1 hour, 7 minutes or something like this for Jobava, and just over 20 minutes left for Harika.
Do you think anybody has the advantage here?
Not black, at least, I'm not quite sure. White is better, this one is weak. So this is the weak pawn, and we need to have the knight to defend it. So that's a little bit passive. And white's weakness, in theory, it's this pawn, because I cannot defend it with another pawn, but it's not threatened or anything, and it's very difficult. And white has, we are talking about pawn islands. Like white has one pawn island, they are all connected, but black has two. This one and this one. And when with two pawn islands, there is always some pawns to defend. So white is better, but I'm not sure it's enough to win.
But you think the plan is h3 and g4?
Not sure, maybe come with a king, just wait, but I don't really see another plan. You want to come with a knight, maybe. But why didn't I play it immediately then? Because one problem white has after this move is that the rook can enter and maybe the king can get in some trouble if I start to move my knight.
Can't you bring the white knight to c5 now?
Yeah, I would love to.
Yeah.
But how, which knight?
Exchange and then knight a4.
Stellan, is it possible to play rook a7 so you get a better trade? Because
And we can look.
because the rook cannot enter on a2, the knight is protecting.
Mm-hmm. We will see. So we want to come here, the rook has to move, and if I leave the second rank, I can put my rook.
Yes. Maybe I'll play e6 first.
Mm-hmm. You want to use this pawn also.
Yes. And then knight c5.
And what about this knight?
Yeah.
Protecting.
Yeah.
This is my shield. What was the other suggestion? I should play.
Yeah, I mean, when you open the b file, you play rook a7 perhaps to get a better rook exchange.
What I want to play this
Yeah.
immediately. Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
So if take, I have to take back.
I'm not sure because you can still enter b2 perhaps.
But
if you take
and also this rook c8, knight c8. Sorry,
rook c7.
7. Okay, so this.
Perhaps you can just take on b1, and then you still have a quite active rook.
Sorry. And I take and take.
This should be better for black, I guess.
This pawn is still weak, but now this king. Now we can. Still, this pawn on c6 is very weak, of course. As long as there are rooks on the board, but without rooks, then I think it's nothing.
White would like to be more prepared, maybe play h3, g4
Oh,
before
yeah.
changing the rook.
But there is no time because black is going to play knight c4 sooner or later, and that must have been when she played the knight from f5 to e7. Must have been with idea to move this knight.
Okay, but what happens after knight c4? Take, take. And just h3.
Yeah, maybe this, and then g4. But then what?
Then f5.
But then the knight will take.
Yeah, but then c6 is
But now there is a lot of exchanges. Always good for the defender. Now there is something wrong because it's a 1-0. Okay, we waited for this h6 move, and now it came from Blomqvist. He wants an escape square for the king. So now a lot of these tricks, which we were using before, with the queen landing on e8 and giving mate, is no longer there. Now it's always a safe square for the king on h7. So,
white squares around the king's.
yeah, the white squares are a little bit weak, but what do we do with it? We take our bishop and place it on g6 or what? It's no longer there. We have to take this knight and place it on f5. So there is a lot of weak squares. Maybe should we enter with the king in the ending?
Yeah.
Something like this, or the queen. So of course it's weak, but with no pieces, it's not so easy to use. Should we?
And then walk with the king or something.
Yeah, at least put the pawn, because then still the king on h7 is still a little bit under a threat. So how is the times on this board? It's about equal, or what? Yes. And what happened? He played after bishop g6, short played knight e1. This is not very subtle. He wants to play f5.
And you don't want to give up the pawn.
Yeah, he wants to play f5. You can see it from the moon.
But h4 now.
h4.
Then you really need to play f5.
Now you really need to play f5, but take. We tried because we can always take our moves back if it's not working. Take, and we take. He should take on h2 with check, or I guess. And now we have a completely safe king, protected by the black pawn. The only dangerous thing that could happen if this knight could somehow come.
Maybe f6. That was
Because if you take, then I have this, maybe. I don't know if it's dangerous at all, but could be. So maybe f5, take, take, take. So this is very strange position. Should he play? f6, f5. Maybe it will be the same because he will take. And black is a pawn up, but maybe that's not that important right now. running with the king. Running with the king, and there is maybe no problem. So what else? On h4, of course we can move the knight, but that looks extremely strange when you have played knight e1.
But this last variation, it looks okay for white.
Yeah, so maybe we should try it again, f5. And black has to take on g3. Everything else is strange.
Bishop h7 is
You want to play that more, but I thought I could.
okay.
Maybe. But let's say he takes. We take on g6. Okay, take with check. It's impossible not to play. And if he takes queen g4, but maybe then, but we also have this rook. Is this dangerous or not? Now, h4 was not played. Elianov played queen d7, taking more control over f5, stopping f5. So now short, what are you doing?
How do you evaluate this position?
Yeah, if white don't get in f5, then I like black. So somehow you have to force through this. Should it be with the queen and then
Can you play f5 immediately?
we can try f5. And if you take, maybe you take this one, or let's say you take with a pawn.
But then the bishop is too
The bishop is buried there, but I play h4 and then I come back. Let's say I can take with a pawn. We try.
Queen f3.
Queen f3 maybe. And now we will take this one next time. Let's say I just develop my knight. You take. But this might, is this a problem? This pawn? Always have this. Because this knight, this is not the best square for a knight. So this is a very strange position, but maybe it's possible to play like this. So queen d7, he played to stop f5, but maybe we play it anyway. Now we will see. Harika, she played the knight, but she played it to c8. So now she's controlling a7. Jobava took on b7, and he continued with his slow plan, h3, g4. But it looks, he has this pressure on this pawn, and he has a very slow plan with g4, king, knight g3, f5. And black is now down on 11 minutes.
But there is many moves before.
11 moves.
Rook a7 is possible.
Rook a7. Yeah, maybe you should try to exchange. Then you have to take. Knight take. And now, do we place our knight on c5 and play with almost one extra pawn on the king side? Or do we play g4 immediately, maybe? Let's say we try. And then we put, oh sorry, then we put this knight on c5 and try to win the knight ending. The double knight ending. Actually very rare to play a double knight ending, because the knight are the pieces that disappears
Isn't that
faster.
boring?
Black is worse. So this was what happened. Rook a7 was played, and I took, and g4 was played, and of course black took. Black is under pressure, wants to exchange as many pawns as possible, and he takes back. And now white wants to play f5, advance with the king, and he's saying that my 3 pawns against these 2 pawns are much better than these 2 pawns against this one, because my pawn on d4 is stopping c6 and d5, and these 3 are a little bit more dangerous maybe, but it's not very because when I play f5 she will take, and there will be only 3 pawns left, and as we know, 2 knights alone cannot mate the king. So king and 2 knights against the king cannot mate. So at the end, black can start to sacrifice his knights, both knights. King g7 was played.
Can't black just place his knight so you can push c5 and so on?
No, I think that's very, very difficult, because I will place my knight on c5, I think. And even if you push, then this pawn might get lost. But the black knights are not in position to do anything active right now. They are passive. Knight a4 was played. So this knight will come to c5, and then there should be this pawn attack. Okay, what happened? What did Niels do after h6? He took on c8, the rook took back, and he played queen g4. So now he's close to these weak squares, and he's also looking at this rook, so the black queen cannot do anything at the moment. And he also has a very big threat right now, because if I could move again, I would take and play rook d7, because the rook is threatening on b7 and g7. So after queen g4, there is a very big threat.
What about rook c2?
Sorry?
Rook c2, maybe?
Yeah.
Rook c2, we will see. Okay, we see a threat. Now we'll see, what about...
Maybe knight f4 is interesting.
Yeah, maybe knight f4. Let's try. And of course, in the commentator room, you're always forced to take. I can play rook d7, and we...
Placing the king on h3 should be quite good.
Yeah, but also this check
Oh,
is probably winning, because I have... And now the rook is dropping, at least.
and if you get a tempo, you can move the knight to h5 or something.
Yeah, so maybe knight f4 is a good move. No, the rook is entering. No. So that means that this is a threat, but maybe also this is a move you want to play, because you always have this rook d7. And if the play is on the king side, then this knight is completely misplaced.
When we had the rook on c2 and we played knight
f4, yeah.
can't we play something like f5 and then g6 to force the queen off the...
But they are not defended.
Yeah, that's okay. But then we can take the queen... Oh no, sorry, never mind.
I have this one.
Yeah.
So I think this is very dangerous, because when the rook enters here, we are attacking with 3 pieces against almost a lone king.
I thought maybe knight c6, but is knight f4 still possible?
Yeah, or what about this little move? We have a nice threat, and if he takes, again. So this was nice from Niels, this queen g4. Taking queen g4 and a lot of tactics, suddenly. And black has not solved this knight on a5. Rook c7. You are not afraid of a check on d8 with a rook?
No, I'm more afraid of the d7.
Let's see, because now I am on fire. I can feel it.
Maybe knight takes e5.
Yeah, maybe knight takes e5. Okay, I do it.
You have a lot of weak white squares.
I have some checks at least. He cannot, in this direction, this is mate. So he has to go to h7. Yeah, check. And this. Promising. Since it's mating 1. or 2.
And the knight is still on a5.
The knight is still on a5. It's not in the game. Okay, so rook c7. This looks...
Rook d8.
Rook d8. Knight c5. Now I'm not... I can play knight c5. That's a move, at least, because
Queen c8.
I have a move like knight e6.
Oh. Ouch.
That was queen e7.
You want to play... At least I can win a pawn by taking and taking and forking. But the problem is my knight is trapped. This is very unlucky, actually. But
b4.
Can you don't win a pawn?
Maybe you can play b4 in that position.
yeah, but normally when you see such a combination and it doesn't work, you can do it the other way around, make the moves in another order or something. But maybe it's not possible. I can take, play knight e6, but then you have queen e7. Okay, what about queen e6 check? Because this one you cannot take, because I have this intermediate check. And then I take. I will win. So on this move we have to go here, and now this must, this is good. It's mate. Or you have to give the queen.
Queen g4 is very nice.
Take on c8 and queen g4, and you are starting to regret that you have a knight on a5. How can black defend? Maybe I cannot defend.
Is it possible to play maybe rook e8 with
Rook.
some ideas to go to g5 with the rook later if you try to sacrifice?
What about knight c5 and queen d7? Rook d7, sorry. We have found this idea and we like it.
And can you play queen f7 in that position?
So what do you want to play? Rook e8.
Rook e8, knight c5, queen f7.
Okay, so I have to be a little bit more careful about my knight. If I take, just to show, then you want to play rook g5. But what about this check?
That's quite serious.
That's a problem.
That's a problem.
That's a small problem. Okay,
Is there something wrong with just g5 here?
yes, there is. The king position is weakened.
Mhm.
But maybe, I guess I can play a move like queen e6 check. And you have to defend this pawn. You cannot do it with a queen because your rook is hanging. And if you go here, I guess I can play this and then enter with my rook. This is too weakening.
Rook d8.
But this we have already tried, and then we play this. And of course black can sometimes give his queen for a rook and knight, but it seems like the white queen will enter immediately, and the rook and knight is not doing anything dangerous for white, so that should be winning. Not this time that you can sacrifice. I don't know, I don't understand what Blomqvist is going to do actually. Probably there is a move.
But he hasn't found it either.
Queen A6 down, so you
Queen
can
what?
play on E2, which
Yes, but there,
Is it possible to play maybe H5 in some position, just when you give the knight you play H5? But you cannot allow the check on E6.
there is always a check. And this one, then we are playing, I have to make this red. We are playing without these two pieces.
But if you play rook E8, then maybe you can play H5 in some position.
Let's see. After this you want to play H5, but I have some, I can take, no. What do I do?
Probably just take on H5.
I can take, because you have put your rook on E8, yes. I don't see a solution for Blomqvist.
Can you play something like E4 and try to
E4, desperate.
or
Okay, I'm still interested in this knight C5, but you want to take with check, and maybe something can happen later on. Okay, I give this a try. Take. A last check before the game is ended.
Can you play F5 in that position instead of checking and attacking the queen? Oh no, you cannot. It's making one.
No, I think it's time to sacrifice the queen. Not because we want to, but we have to. This is only move.
and take an E3?
Yes, but this is completely hopeless.
Yeah, and you just enter the king.
Yeah, I can take this one. Very difficult position for Blomqvist. And very nice play from Gandelius, I think.
What about the times? They're not updating on this one?
You have times on this, on that.
Oh.
Can we look at Harika's?
Harika, the night ending, in time trouble. We had this position, King G7, Knight A4. Knight B5 came, and Knight C5. King F8, the king going back. And Jobava playing King E3, protecting with a king, so now the knight is free to move. King E8, and Knight G3. Maybe it will be possible to play F5. Harika played Knight G8, and Jobava went back with a knight to D3. Sometimes the knight can come to B4 and attack this one. But also he wants to provoke a mistake, maybe. But now there was Knight A3 played, and this is a threat. Check, and then this one will fall. So you have to move this knight again. Should I go back? Should I go to B2? Should I go to B4? This was a little strange, this last move, knight d3.
Or maybe he wants to play king d2 and take the king to the side.
So you want to play this and come place your king on c3, and you want to enter. Yeah. What has happened in this interesting game and strange game? Queen d7 we saw, and knight f3, really trying to push f5, h4, and now f5, like before. Take on g3, take on g6, take on h2 with check, and king h1, and black played f5. And now white played g4, trying to open up. And then black played f4, giving the pawn. So why not this? I guess check and take is much too dangerous. This pawn could be a winner together with a rook. So instead of this, black played f4, not allowing white to take on f5. So this pawn on h2, in the middle game, this pawn is protecting the white king from all kind of checks. And in the end game, it would probably fall. So it's not so dangerous. Of course, if there was one more check, then we would be mate, of course. But it's not so easy to see. But I guess we have to take on f4. But how do we take? If we take with a queen, rook f8. This one is not defended. How do we? It's not possible. And if we take with a bishop, no, I'm not sure. Should we just play knight c6 and then maybe long castle, but put the other rook on f8, and the black king is safe. So this is a very complicated position, and of course they are playing it with not so much time, so everything can happen in this game. In the ending, we had this position, knight e3, knight a3 was played, knight e2, had to protect this pawn, check, check, and now we have to move the king, and then black should make one move, and they have reached move 40. So then Harika will get another 50 minutes. Time travel over for the first time. There will be one more, or two more maybe. But the play from Jobava didn't look so convincing right now. But maybe he has some plan with knight b4, or he wants to come back, or he is just trying to provoke a mistake.
I think one plan could be to put the knights on a4, b4 and go with the king to g5.
You want your knights on A4? A4 and B4, and then your king.
Yeah, run with the king.
Why do you need your knights on A4 and B4?
To put pressure on the queen side, going with from A4 to C5. Because he's putting the knights on D3 and E2 to have the opportunity to go on both sides. And he could play with F5 and go up.
The problem is with a knight on E4.
But then he got F5 and king F4.
So white still with chances, we say. And in this position, Blomqvist thinking desperately, trying to find a defense. We couldn't. Maybe he can. What?
But then maybe h6 is a mistake. You need to play h5.
Yeah, but then the pawn would be weak, maybe. But I'm not so sure about this rook d8 that he played. Knight c6, immediately, maybe. But now we have this position, and now it says that this game has ended in a draw. So there has been a few checks, and Jobava has thought that there is nothing going on. So that was a little bit strange that he's not trying. But that's because she has made 40 moves, if it is correct.
Yes.
But it seems like it's very difficult for white to do anything and not giving black the chance to just
Yeah, but still,
exchange.
you should think he should try. But he didn't. So, okay, Queen g4, and we cannot find a defense. So what do we do? Okay, maybe you can explain your game. Not a lot.
Okay,
Okay.
Maybe you can explain your game.
Okay, take this chair and I'll take.
And you will shout your comments.
No, I can comment this later. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
It's interesting, just missing then the few checks and then it's nothing.
yeah, we will see. d4, d5.
Okay, after the fourth move, I'm already out of.
Out of book after
yeah,
c4.
I mean, after fifth move.
Yeah.
After
Not
Bishop
expect.
Because usually I'm not playing normal lights.
We were expecting knight c3 or something like this.
yeah, I saw like b3, f4,
Yeah.
all yeah everything.
E4 maybe, yeah.
E- E4. I saw d4, d5, and c3, all unusual moves possible, and I didn't check the main line, so
Whenever
I didn't.
I thought that it's better to play normal king because I did not have so good wasn't good for me. Yeah. So it was good decision. Change everything.
Okay, knight c3, c6,
Of course, I even don't think about to play e4.
e4. No, you didn't.
Pawn is too much.
And knight f3, take.
Yeah, it's also spawn sacrifice.
Too much
No, CD immediately, yeah. Without thinking.
without thinking.
Yeah, it's just equalizing for play. But I don't understand why Harika you don't play bishop d6 directly with a 97 bishop f5.
Yeah, I mean, I like this setup to keep the position with knight f6, knight h5, g6. So I just tried if I can transpose into the other line, but maybe.
Mix it up with another
Yeah, I think.
check some battle Putian games, yeah? Armenian.
Yeah.
So this is the normal way.
Yeah, then after e3, and I cannot control this b1, e7
No.
diagonal because
You are not.
Yeah, I should just play bishop.
okay, it's has very good statistics for black, I think.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, draw.
Yes.
More common.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why I played f6. There is no
But
reason.
If you play knight f6, maybe bishop d6 is not so necessary now. Maybe bishop e7.
No, bishop e7, h3 is my problem. Now I mean, no, it's better version.
Okay.
Normally this bishop g5, bishop e7, knight h5, I exchange bishops and my pieces are in right squares.
Yeah, and now they know, yeah.
You know.
God knows why, but
So bishop d6,
Yeah.
takes,
Takes.
yeah.
Bishop d3. And now.
I mean, I wasn't sure which plan to take because if to play g6, knight h5, but this is for sure. I want to wait for him to castle. Whichever side he castles, I'll castle that side. So I was just keeping my pieces in such a way that I can wait for him to. I think g6 any point I would play. So I just started with g6.
But why not this immediately?
I can play knight d7 also. It's anyway I would go ng to g6. So
also was either bishop g4, bishop h5, bishop d6.
here,
Still,
no.
you losing times, but to change the bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe some moments knight b7 even long castle if I will push too much.
Mm.
Okay, but g6
But okay, yeah,
G6 usually connected with either bishop a5. We don't care now, so I'm not sure.
I thought you were going to play this Swedish Stolberg
Yeah,
exchange maneuver.
Yeah.
Too long.
it's
Too long, yes,
yeah.
I know.
I will
It
make
worked well in the 1930s. It was very good plan.
I was keeping my chances to play knight h5 and knight g7.
Also too
Yeah,
long.
this is also.
But I need only 2 moves, 3, 4, and you're idea.
Yes, yes.
Usually bishop is better on g7 than knight.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Let's see, g6.
NBD2 and knight d2, knight d6.
7, queen d2.
Knight b6. I felt like he will do long castling, so I'm preparing my pieces for bishop b6 and long castling.
And also,
I didn't want to get mated today.
Yeah, you wanted to provoke me to play b3, yeah? So we have a 5 before. Yeah, but I even don't think today to play such a sharp line. So.
f3.
Yeah.
Bishop.
You pushed me to play active, you know. I didn't want to have this position. But then I was so happy to see that I can change queens, what is not good usually for white, because with queens.
Yeah, I didn't understand why you were coming for my queen exchange.
Yeah, but I already told you what was my mood today. So when I saw that I can change queens, yes.
Because normally you would like to keep the queen.
Even in this position, black is dream to change
queens. Yes.
I did it myself.
Yes.
So later I could blunder something. Maybe even queen. Yeah, you played the right rook, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Always f6, I need that
but
rook.
then I had feelings that every move you had right plan, but then you change your mind, yeah? Typical woman, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go on.
I was even.
You want to marry me? Yes.
I was thinking
Maybe
of
not.
knight c8. I was thinking of knight c8 actually instead of rook e8 also.
No, it was good plan, knight h5, yeah. You played perfect this part of game, but then you start to play very bad after ab and this you give me chances. Okay, let's go. Yeah,
you take, you play.
Okay,
No, f4 you played.
f4 first because.
No, you played a4.
Or a4, yeah.
a6 and b4 and knight g7.
Okay, my trick is just bishop f5. I think
Yes.
I felt I will be fine.
b5, bishop
I'm not
f5.
sure about my plan. Maybe I should play g4 h3 to avoid this change.
Yeah, I feel
then
so.
You could go back with bishop on c8 and knight e6 and it's still okay.
Yeah, I mean some
Someone.
fight, and I
Yeah.
will get f6 and I'll keep the position.
But still, it was better for me if I want to gain, yeah. But because what I got in position, I had worse position.
Yeah, b5. I played correct bishop f5.
Yeah.
Takes.
And now after f4, you played double question marks, yeah. AB, very bad move because you gave me this file for rook. I was surprised. So after knight c4, I actually didn't know how to put my rooks here. You always have knight e3, f6, g5 ideas. Then you open f file, rook f7, rook f2 ideas in that. So I have to be very careful because, for example, if I take bc, bc, rook b1, I never can.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I have to play like.
Wait. Now we have.
Yeah.
I think I just played extremely
Not
soft.
rook a, so knight d2 fork. Like
It's a first.
b1, then that means control on the king side. So rooks goes nowhere. b7 protected, b6 protected.
Yes,
so
all-
f6.
I didn't see f6 g5 can be so strong actually.
That's why I played f4, like prophylactic move to. Was not active move. It was prophylactic move.
Against
You understood
f6.
it differently, probably. That's why you played ab. Yeah, after f6 and you want g5. So.
Yeah, I didn't expect f4 for sure.
Well, that's so bad these few moves. So I think I wanted to play rook fd1 here or something like that. And then
And
d3 and somehow.
Now.
Somehow, yeah, rook fd1 then rook ab1, rook d3. This was my idea. And consolidate a bit. But black is better. Slight advantage for black.
Okay, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I think so. But after ab, it's different now. Yeah.
No, I was scared that if I keep the a pawns, if at some point you manage to get your knight to c5, all my pieces are
But
stuck.
it's too long. I mean, a5, knight a4 is too long. And also, after knight c4, my a5 always hangs. So,
after
best case, I would have the same what you got me in advance, yeah? In the long terms, like in 8, 9 moves later. But you will open f6, g5, and I don't know.
if I start with, for example, after knight c4, some rook f3.
Here, knight c4, I just take rook e6.
Also here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then what is my idea? I just don't have any ideas.
g4, your threat.
f6 you can play here. g4, knight fe3. I can lost very quick here, maybe. G4 hands, E5 hands, no, I'm not very good.
Yeah.
No, I did not think to play active, believe me.
You should have told me before.
Yeah. If you would be telepathic, you would win me, yeah? Okay, let's see. AB.
Yeah, this is too solid. Then okay, obviously I don't have. I'm just like playing for it.
No, now you have again problems because my rooks are active and I'm forced you to change rules and then it's very unpleasant night in game.
Yes.
Here, okay, I didn't realize it was better for me, so that's the reason I.
Okay, maybe not better, but more easy to play.
Easier to play.
Okay, maybe I'm overestimated Blake's chances, but it's very hard when you have slide on the opening and if you move, you collapse everything and you got worse position.
Yeah.
Psychologically very hard to change your mind. Yeah? So we played 97, it's okay move and
I was even thinking of knight g7 actually, but it felt too long.
Yeah, but you never can move your knight then, yeah?
No, knight e6 and c5 at some point can be.
How you want to play?
I don't know, like if it's.
Maybe, but.
No, then I can. I'm trying to play knight c4, rook into rook, rook into rook c6 and rook b2. I don't know if it.
What do you think?
Okay, but knight is1 felt more solid.
Yeah, you're defending and you're coming here.
Yeah.
Or here, like in the game.
Yeah, because knight on c4 do nothing actually.
No.
No, the problem is I checked knight c4 for a long time to make it work, but I wasn't sure. Rook into b7, rook into b7, knight a4, rook b1 or rook b3. But
I want to go h3 anyway.
h3 here?
No, not here. Instead of knight a4, h3.
Oh, I thought knight a4 is the problem. I think h3?
Because you cannot move your rooks then. I have idea g4, rook a8, rook e8.
Rook b2?
Rook b2, rook a2 for example.
Rook
a2. I want to change this.
I didn't. I was thinking
you
if
give
I
me everything, what I want in few moves before, yeah?
I'm very nice.
Yes. Very nice.
So knight c8, yeah? That was the idea, to change the rooks, yeah?
No, because I felt after knight a4 I need to play rook b1 or rook b3, but I couldn't understand like if this attack is strong of yours, like rook a7, king, rook a8, king g7, rook a7, knight f5. I mean after knight c5, rook b2, knight f5, e6, it was very shaky.
On the halfway I can lost, I think. Go now, rook b3, knight e2, knight e4 check and waiting somewhere. Okay, let's go. It's 3, yeah?
Yeah. No, okay, then I couldn't understand what else to do. I felt this ending there are more chances like for me to easily equalize.
But this is actually
this must be better.
Tough position for Blake, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah.
This position is very, very tough.
Yeah, I felt okay in the worst case if I get to exchange some pawns, like f6 and some pawns, my two knights somehow will take all the pawns. That's my idea, and I will.
Then I will.
Okay, take.
G7.
Maybe king g7 was.
Yeah, because you went.
Again, yeah.
But the Blake's problem is that you only have to wait what white.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I've played extremely badly in few moves now, like.
Knight b5.
Okay.
Knight to4.
Knight c5, and then after king f8 I played so bad move king e3, yeah?
Why not, 1 second, if I play f6 instead of king f8?
f6 I want to take this pawn. Take and then king e3 and go with another knight if I can, to f3 and go to e5. Sounds like
No, king e3?
Yeah, I think.
Knight c8 or something?
Yes, but now I always have ideas knight e7, knight e5 even. c6 always weak, I don't know. And knight g1 is possible maybe? And knight f3.
Or maybe.
Yeah, or knight g1 maybe.
So what become like this?
Knight f3. Yeah, it goes. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's winning, but...
it's very unpleasant.
If we see Kramnik's game or Karpov's, they was winning even less advantage, I think.
Yes.
Very often. But I played idiotic here, king d3, yeah? In that game you have to avoid natural moves, yeah? Of course, king g3. And go to g5, at least try, I don't know if it's possible, but I want to go on g5, then f5, yeah? And how to stop it. That's, I mean, that you, and you've been in time trouble here, like 4 minutes left.
Yeah.
How many moves? Like 5, 6? Very tough moves. You need to find good plan.
Yeah.
Six
and I screw
move.
up everything in 4 moves
Mm.
here.
I think I'll have to come back again, King G7.
If I don't find any more power.
What your plan was to get the king to the other side instead?
No, my plan was to freeze
The knight, yeah.
But the king is more better. I forget that king is a strong piece in the game.
Yes. And maybe it should also help your own passed pawn. Also, a
Yeah.
very nice rule to.
No, completely idiotic ideas.
Yeah,
It could be interesting game still, but
yeah.
We have to.
finish
In
the game.
especially in my time trouble.
Yes.
Like I blended yesterday in one more, so
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, you made my life easier too. So.
Yeah, in the last position probably is nothing for me because.
No, I got already all the
Yeah.
jumps possible. I was getting
So what you played?
I was thinking that I'm gonna blind pound 1 pound or D4, G4, so I go for the right moment. Right moment. So
no, I think it's this is already
Knight is
I like
good.
knights, so
Yeah.
it's easier for
Instead
me.
of knight 2, could you play king d2?
Instead of go back,
In what position?
yeah, king D2, but then not b5, you go back, yeah, and he forced me to go back with knight, and then it's like so stupid.
Same
but
position.
maybe still I should play like that and then go with not. But knight h6 now, yeah.
Knight h6. That's
And
my
knight f1.
idea.
Okay, it's nothing anymore.
Mm.
With counterplay for black.
Yeah, king e7 and f6 and
Yeah, or even go to b6, c5, I don't know, maybe king d7, c5 you have already some moments, and then king d6. Okay.
So your chance was
Chance was
King
yeah.
G3.
Yes, I think so.
my chance was not to take ab if I understood. Learned my lesson too.
You should not go for
I
that.
think
Yeah.
ab5, yeah.
You should not allow me to.
Oh, this
with
oh,
rook
a5,
or-
yeah.
It was, I think, big mistake.
Yeah, that's the reason I didn't play the ab5 in the previous move. But when you played f4, I didn't realize I can play middle game and I'm fine there. Knight c4. I just thought I saw this variation that rook a7, a6, rook b7, rook b8,
Yeah.
and I went into it.
So you thought that I'm attacking your king side, so you want to take my attention from king side to
No,
queen
no.
side. That was your point. Okay, what to say? It was normal game so far, but then we made huge mistakes.
Yes. Didn't take the
My
chances.
first big mistake was that I allowed bishop b5, of course. Yeah.
Bishop f5, right?
Yeah. My bishop is good and I want to change it. And
Yeah.
also knight has fantastic place on f5. Yeah? It's always disturbing my rooks, kings.
Yeah, I think because of this bishop f5, all my pieces became like pretty good.
But I became so crazy, I even don't play rook fd1, yeah? What I wanted later. Instead of take on f5, first rook d1, even it was much better, no? That's
Yeah.
better. Okay, what to say?
No, but then I will get knight to e6.
Yeah, but still,
Yeah.
it's better for me. I have some tempos than I play f4, g3, and at least holding draw. But here I'm not sure that I'm hold.
Okay, next time you tell me when I'm better so
You
that I
mean-
can play different.
Is this the best position in the game for black?
Yes,
This is this one.
I think it's slight advantage for black.
This
If I would
and
become winner, I would give minus 0.15.
minus 0.15.
And then it's increasing.
Okay, and then increasing. Okay.
Yeah, of course, with my such a player, it will
Okay, you
very
mean.
fast.
I mean, you could have minus 0.4 at that position. That's minus 0.4.
Even more.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was-
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So you were even a little bit too optimistic. About your
But I have like Fritz 5 here.
Yeah.
That's not fish 10.
Yes.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
And now we have some interesting games to follow. We have
But we should
After a-
discuss it before.
after a very long think, Blomqvist found a move that maybe it's not losing immediately, but it looks completely stupid to play Queen A6. But maybe it was the only move. Because there were all
Current
kind.
position or
This is current position and white to move, and we want to.
difficulties now? Yeah?
You spent a lot of time to find out.
Yeah, he was thinking for a very long time.
He probably calculated some not so fun variations.
I think he calculated all the variations we were looking for
And you
before.
choose my move.
Yeah, because maybe it's not losing by force, but it will
Didn't you refuse?
probably lose the game, because with a queen on a6 and a knight on a5, it's very difficult to think that black can survive.
But didn't you refuse this move
But
with knight f4?
the difference
How
is-
did we find a good move against it? Yeah, we played this move,
Well,
yes.
The difference is that the E2 pawn is
Yeah, but we gave, I think we can maybe, okay, now it's the queen who takes. Let's try, just for fun.
King comes to G6, right?
H3. And then what?
This we like.
Is it possible for white to just play king f2 and keep all the ideas?
Maybe. But maybe even this is extremely dangerous. Because we have this queen e6 threat. But maybe that's too much, because black is, as always, playing without his knight. It's not even a sacrifice, feels like. You give away your knight, but black's knight is not in the game
It's
at
a
all.
little bit dangerous because all the black pieces, like the queen and the knight, is very.
It's completely out of the game, so
They're not.
it would not be surprising if this was winning. But maybe yeah, okay, this is a big threat. We try again. We take, and we enter. Threatening mate. Take, and this. Maybe not give this check. Maybe it's good to control the e6. But now this.
No,
Oh, it's mate. How do we defend?
Queen c2. No.
Then we have this check. And then we take.
Even queen takes f6 is probably.
Yeah.
So it's not.
I think it looks like knight f4 is possible to play. Maybe winning, but maybe it's. If we miss one move, then it could be a catastrophe, of course. Because we are sacrificing a piece and maybe we don't mate. But I cannot see a defense.
How about f5?
Now,
Yeah, just to open up the black lines so you can protect the mate from a1.
okay, we try.
And then take the knight.
And then take on f4. Yeah, good idea.
Rook d7.
Rook d7. You give this
Check.
check and we go here again. This is a mating threat, but maybe I have rook f8 or something.
Still queen e5.
Now this is history, because Niels, preparing all this, started with a king move. And now I can promise there is a lot of knight jumps in the next move, and then rook d7.
That's maybe a nice attacking move. King h2.
And we also know plans like this. Okay, we take a quick look at the other game, because they are playing extremely slow right now. Short is down to 3 minutes, if I'm correct. Yes, I am. And then he played knight g2, which is a piece sacrifice. So what's going on? If we take, there is a check, and I guess the queen takes g7. And sorry? How you want not to go? You want to play knight f4?
Yes.
And come here. Also possible. But I actually like this move because the rook is almost trapped, and then I want to queen this one. So maybe. But if you don't take it, because then I can take with another piece. Now the rooks are defending each other. So that's good. When I move the knight, my rooks are defended. So now it's very complicated. And we, as I said, 20 moves made. White is down on 3 minutes, 3.5. And black is on 22. And in the other game after king h3, Blomqvist has 6 minutes left against 24. So this is not correct what's on my screen. Now it's more correct. Even I think it says 6. So it's a very difficult position for Blomqvist. Anybody want to defend this position? Probably not.
Maybe rook e8 or something.
Rook e8.
It's not very nice to give up the c-file, but at least you can play queen b7 and the next move is
Queen c8 you can. What if I just...
I'm thinking that sometimes if you don't take the c-file, maybe I can play queen c8 and exchange the queens.
We will see. Now we should find a win, but now there is this move. So I cannot enter, for example. Then we have this exchanging. But we need a knight move and then rook d7. That is what we need. So I take. Now I want to come rook d7 again. Let's try. Is this working or not? Or maybe I am too optimistic. F5 I can take.
That's terrible, yeah.
But if I...
Take with.
I cannot take with it, then I guess... Or maybe, if I want to make... okay, you have a check. Just attacking with a king.
But maybe you can play...
Because now we have a threat. So rook e8 possible, but I think you can take this one.
Can't you take the knight with the rook? Rook takes e5 and then rook g5.
I thought I was winning, but maybe I'm not. Not anymore. Check. Check with the rook. Because this is mate. So this, no, wait, queen g6. He can run. He can run.
Okay, but rook g8 and how
Ah, rook h5. Then maybe not so clear because we have
Queen
this
e8.
queen e8,
or maybe g4 even.
queen e4, g6. Not possible. I have to play rook g6, but maybe now.
Can't you take f5 instead of rook g6?
Ah, you have this.
Yeah.
But you can play maybe g4 is good to prevent f5 or something.
Wait, maybe we can do it in a better way than, so let's say rook e8. Maybe we should not sacrifice the knight on this square. We have,
He's got 2 minutes now.
so maybe, we also have, for example, knight f4, then the rook cannot enter. Let's say this, and now rook d7. And now it's over.
It's like 14 moves in 2 minutes, I guess.
Doesn't matter because there are only 2 moves more in the game, probably. So this is mate. So maybe we should not take on e5 because we let the rook come to e5. We should just move our knight to another, maybe knight f4 with this idea. And now you cannot take on e2 and queen c8. We just play this. This is a mating threat.
Is it 14 moves left?
in
Yeah, 40 it doesn't matter. That's a lot of moves because this game will end in 2 or 3 moves if he doesn't play the right move. So it's not really a problem. I cannot believe this game will last to move 40. Rook e8 was played. Why? I have to update my board. And now, for example, this. Okay, you don't have to take, of course, but what else? This knight will enter. The rook will enter.
If you can take the knight, then maybe knight h5 should be winning.
Okay, I have to come with my knight, try to defend. If I play this, you have maybe this move. I don't believe in it, but we can. But what about the knight?
Knight h5.
h5. Threatening mate and also threatening knight takes f6. And this all is collapsing. Okay, the other game, a lot of things happening, of course, because they are in a hurry. After knight g2, Elyanov accepted the sacrifice. He took the bishop. Short gave a check and played knight f4. So he's coming for the e6 pawn. And he wants to take later on g7. So king c7 was played. And now, is this really, is this really played, knight takes d5?
Knight takes e6 is the latest.
Yeah, so my board is completely wrong. Yeah, knight takes e6. Check. And the king should move. Where do we go? e6, c6. But now we have to do some counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 7 pawn each. There is a clear piece up for black, but white is of course attacking, and this pawn will fall. So white will have a very dangerous g-pawn. But if it's enough for a piece, I'm not sure. But black has to develop the knight and then come with the rook. So where should I go? In this direction or up? And how the times 4 minutes. 4 minutes against 17. So short is now playing on these 30 seconds. He had 3 minutes a couple of moves ago. King b6 was played. He wants to come with a knight to c6 probably. You can give a check, but that maybe just helps. Now you have to be careful so you don't play knight c6, because then knight c5 wins the queen. So.
How about moves like rook f6?
Rook f6. Played because it's
first the check on a5 and then f6.
a5. Maybe I should come to b5. Maybe this is the safe spot. And you want to play rook f6 because with no special reason.
No, maybe
No.
the move before.
Problem is getting
Just
the
put
horse
some
in the
pressure.
right.
Maybe you should take this one first and then try to, because then you don't have to give a rook for a pawn. Could be a good idea. But still white has a lot of tricks, and this strong pawn. But the time, they have only made 23 moves. So 18 moves to make for white and he's now down to 2.5 minutes.
Usually in this position, it's white should have a lot of time and black should be low with the king on b6.
Mm. And Niels is still thinking, trying to find a win, which he will do. But what about this position? What do we do with white? Knight f4. Back again, looking at this pawn.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was the Nils game, knight f4.
You were just shouting knight f4, but it was the wrong position. Okay, knight f4 is the correct move in both games, maybe. I think maybe you should play something else in this position. But the problem is if, let's say we play this, then maybe we can take, because the next check is very annoying.
But also when you play a5, king a6, then black can never develop his queen side. It's not easy to get those pieces out.
No, maybe not, but maybe king b5 and then knight c6. Okay, a5 was played with 1 minute left. Where do you go? You have c6, b5, a6 to choose from. This looks safe, but the problem is, let's say black moves again. You have, after this you have knight c5, and it's a fork, and you cannot take because the queen is hanging. Or you win the queen at least. Maybe black is playing in this position actually. But you can also go king b5 because there are no dangerous checks. Or check.
Maybe you can play b3 or something.
Yeah. So it's very, very unclear position. Very sharp play from short, but I think he was forced to do it because his position could easily be bad if he didn't have anything forced. I said this, yeah, king b5, maybe this.
And you cannot open too quick because maybe queen d5.
And Elianov, he has 15 minutes, so still time. And in this game, Niels is thinking. We believe knight f4 is winning. And I believe also other moves could be winning because these pieces are so bad. But we have not found any defense after knight f4. But of course, he wants to check the variations carefully. He has a lot of time. No reason to just make a quick move. But what about this? Now Niels played knight f4. So we hope that we have calculated correctly.
What happens after f5?
f5.
Queen
Queen
g6.
g6 is one move, and I'm not sure if I can maybe take also. But queen g6, hitting the rook is possible. Then maybe queen c8, knight h5. This and this. But maybe rook e7, check, must come here. And now we need a move. Queen H. Ah, yeah. Why not? Threatening mate. And if he takes, we give a check and take the queen. Might work. What about King F7? So what's this? Knight F4. Now we take a look at the game because Knight C6 was played. And now Knight H5 is threatening mate and on F6. So this is, I think this must be played.
He already played this.
He played? No, nothing's going on. And now we can take on F6 and win a pawn. If we don't.
But can you play rook d7? And if he plays rook e7, you just take and play queen e6 check.
No, the knight disappeared.
If you play rook d7 in this position after knight c6.
Yeah, we are threatening mate. Rook e7.
Rook e7, you just take and play queen e6.
Yeah, and king effect.
And knight g6 check.
I take.
Ah, it's not a bind.
So now, and now queen c8. So this we should avoid. Let's say we try knight h5, threatening mate, and also on f6. I guess this must be played. And let's say we take, we check. The king must move, and then my knight is under a threat, and maybe the queen can enter. But I would be surprised if I didn't have anything good. Where do I go? So let's say this. So maybe he's fighting Blomqvist.
Knight
Knight
h7.
h7.
Yeah.
Now I hope you have calculated everything,
I
because
haven't calculated a single thing.
because else this whereas this knight is trapped. He will never return
Yes, but why just go to e4 instead? So,
with a knight,
yeah, then it's completely no.
and he takes,
Queen f5.
and he goes maybe.
But you have a check and see it.
Yeah,
Yeah, but this one is also hanging.
yes, and queen c8, and take on c6 or something. No.
Yeah, but the rook is. But maybe I can play.
But can you?
No, there is knight h5 as well.
Yeah, but also rook d2. You need to move the queen and then.
Yeah, I'm not. But there is a check on f1. But maybe now just this is the correct move, because now I threaten to take with check. Is of course good, and then I have time to defend this one. Then it's all over, of course. So knight c6, but at least he's trying to get the knight back in the game. Maybe it's too late, but
Okay.
he understands that it's necessary.
He made us move
What
in
about
second
the knight b5
Knight h5.
or d5?
What? Yeah, but this is played.
Rook e7 was played.
Yeah, and now we will take on f6, and the king must move. And where will he go with the king? The good thing with the knight on c6 is that the rook cannot enter. He is controlling the rook, at least. Let's see. We have this position. Or maybe even this position. So he has to move his rook, and is very low on time.
Playing on increments.
So where will he go with the king? King h8. And now, how do we deliver the mate? Queen g6 is possible, and it takes, and it takes. Let's say he goes.
Or maybe take on h6 first. And then
Yeah, but let's. But this is not enough. We want more than this, even if this is winning, probably. But we don't want to play. Oh my God, Apple.
Queen F5 or something.
You see, Queen G6, Queen F5. Anything else? This is a very forcing move because it's a threat. So he has to take. We can take. You cannot go with the rook because then we give mate on F8. Ah, sorry. I am dropping my queen. I should not take this pawn at all. This is, of course, a big problem. Very big problem. I have to take this one. Now, maybe rook d6. Is this mate? Probably it is. In worst case, I win the knight. And we play good position. Let's take a look. King a6 was played, short played, b4. If take, then we take. And
no, knight c7.
Yeah, but then he can sacrifice his queen.
You don't exchange the queen first?
Yeah, but now it's mate, or else it's not mate.
Okay, then you only win the queen.
Yes, then I only win the queen, but now I'm mate.
Might be winning too.
Yeah. So he cannot take, and he cannot play knight c6 because of knight c5, dropping the queen. Take, and we take the queen. So still very dangerous for Elyanov, of course, but he's a piece up. And
He took C takes B.
I know. So he took, and short responded with rook f to b1. So now he has starting to open up some files against the king. Niels played rook d6.
Queen B7.
Yeah, I know. See. And if take, we can take, I guess. And now this is not a threat, but this is a threat. And then queen g8. But still, rook d6, queen b7. Can he just move his knight again?
What about the queen g6?
Let's see. There is a lot of good moves. The problem is to choose.
Queen G6 and take on F6 and rook take. And
Well, sorry. We will see. There's also queen e4 and taken on c6, for example. And you can also move the knight. If you move the knight, you're a pawn up for nothing. So that's a good start. But I guess if we play this, threat is mate, must take. And what about just taking? Because this is a mating threat. Queen g8, next move. Can give a check.
Is it better to maybe check on C8 to keep the f8 protected?
Maybe. Maybe I should. I could move my king maybe into safety. But this is maybe not so clear still.
Maybe queen G2 and you can have sometimes queen H6.
But maybe I can play it simple if I want. I can take with a queen and take the knight. And I can play this position with 2 pawns up. This is just to resign immediately. So let's play like this and then it's a resign. 2 pawns up. 1-0, yes.
Very open king.
So that was finished with queen g6. And the reason is take, and if there is no mate, we just take and take the knight. Open king, 2 pawns up.
And also the other position sometimes.
But this game, rook b1 was played. And now black played rook c8. He wants to cover c7. And now short is playing, he is down to 50 seconds. And there is one check you are interested in, it's this one. I want check on f1, but you always can put the queen. Since in the move before it was not possible, because if you could play queen f1 now, it would be very good. Then we would probably be winning. If you could play this move, you have to play queen b5, knight c7. But with this was a big threat, because this is mate. And of course you don't like to play b5 and allow this. But rook c8 was good, because it's covering this square for the knight. And now
Rook takes b3,
queen f1 was played. So this is the position, and now we have to rook c4, then we can take, and we will win the rook.
Need to play maybe queen b5 or something.
So we have queen b5, and now we don't have this check. So this is the big problem. So queen b5, what do we do on queen b5? Take, and is there any other move? There is of course b5 always, but then we take, we check. Of course he can move, but that looks very dangerous. So you should think queen b5. He wants to, I want to go back. But probably he will play knight c6. And then queen come. So what's Short's idea after queen b5?
why not rook takes b3?
Yeah, it takes with check. We have to take back, and we are a piece down.
And you can develop your queen side.
So, so it's no good. But maybe if we take, he has to take, and we take, we check. But maybe he can now run this way.
Maybe you can play.
And yeah, escape.
Maybe you can play knight takes g7, knight f5 in those positions. The b7 pawn is hanging sometimes.
Maybe. So queen b5 is probably the move. Yeah, but let's say if he plays b5, then we have to take, I guess. And now I don't want to take, but this must be too dangerous, and then we take. So we don't like this. Okay, but then there is only queen b5. Is there a problem with this move?
But take on b5, and king take, rook takes b3, and then knight takes g7.
But then you are playing with a piece down.
But you have a lot of pawns on the king side.
You only have one pawn, actually. But we can pick up some, maybe. These two, maybe we will win. So it's possible we can play like this. Maybe I went the wrong way. Maybe I should go to a6. Just to enter with my rook and then play rook c, the knight c6 if you take on g7.
How about queen f7 and queen with the plan queen e8 later, because there's a mate.
What? Sorry? After now?
Queen f7.
Now this is history. Queen b5 was played. You took, king take, rook take b3 with check. King must move. I don't recommend this because that's mate. So So you have to choose between c6 and a6. Of course, you can also play bishop b4, but that looks ridiculous. After rook, yeah, maybe you can. But he went back to this safe square.
I just picked up the pawn.
But now it's a piece down. But you have to take this pawn, and this pawn, and this pawn, and hope. Because black is not developed yet. Then we have Nils. We can wait until after the time scramble. Because they are playing, they are very long time. So king a6 was played, and rook takes e3. So he's trying to reduce the pawns, but I want to develop my knight, but I also want to take this pawn. So I'm not sure if it's any danger. And now also Elyanov is low on time. They are about the same now. 2 minutes each. He played rook c6, hitting the knight, and if he takes, you can take on g6 and remove this dangerous pawn. That looked like a nice move, and if he plays, for example, knight f4, then there is not much of a threat. So rook c6, was this a smart move?
Knight takes g7.
Knight takes g7, you're playing for a mate, I know it. Knight e8, and this is mate in the next move. Again, a little bit unlucky.
Can you take on g6 and go back to c6 with the...
So I play this. And now I have to develop this knight. We will hope. So we will see. Rook, this was played. And probably he has to play knight e8. Knight f5, then I guess I just develop. Knight e8.
Rook c6.
Rook c6. Is there another move? Bishop d8, but it looks strange. Run with the king. But then we are dropping the rook. Now he will come back. And now what? He came back with a rook. And now what will white do? Okay, this pawn we will always pick up. Then we have 2 pawns for the piece. But we need one more. We need the d5 pawn.
e6.
E6. Let's think about this. E6 just to stop the knight.
Yes.
Okay, I'm on my way to being mated. I wanted to take and play knight c6 and then I mated again. What if I go back and force this one away?
It would be nice to get the queen side out.
The knight, if this one comes out, then we should be winning, I guess. So, after rook c6, short played c3.
Rook c8 seems interesting.
So what about knight? Knight d7. Why not? This is a threat. It was played, knight g7 played, and I guess this rook will enter, maybe this one. Knight f5, I'm not sure. Let's say this, knight f5. Maybe bishop g5. There is no threats anymore, I think. Or is this pawn dangerous? But this is the position, black to move. The knight is coming to f5, hitting the bishop, and then he wants to run, but he will not queen this pawn. One minute 30 seconds left. They have 10 more moves to play. Okay, I try. I like this and this, and now maybe this. And then something like. So this should be winning for black, but still it's possible to make a mistake. He played the rook to c8. So now he wants to attack c3 and maybe take it. Now with all the pieces developed, one piece up, not much hope left for white. Knight f5 was played. So we should move the bishop. Bishop g5, hitting the rook. e6, the desperate e6. Or?
No, it's not desperate. We go to e5.
Knight f6. I think it looks desperate to me. What do you do? Rook e5, I take on c3. Now we will see, because now rook c1, take, bishop f4, and then maybe this. It's winning, of course. But now he played rook h3, and black took, sorry, the pawn is on e5. Rook h3, and he took on c3. So now he's coming, and I can exchange one rook or both. They disappeared. So it's like this. e6. Okay, this pawn, is it dangerous or not? Let's say knight f6. I can just go, maybe not. Yeah, e7 was played, and I think I'm even winning with rook c1, giving back the piece. But I'm not sure. I don't want to play. I want to keep all my pieces. Knight e8 maybe.
But even rook c1 should be
This,
with those two pawns on s7.
yeah, something like this, and you have to come here, and we
You still have you should be winning that one.
yeah, I guess I'm winning, but with my 2 extra pawns, it must be winning. I can pick
you
up.
could get the b7 pawn and then go back to d6 before
Yeah.
you can.
But then the a pawn is queened.
Yeah.
So this is, of course, winning, but they are playing it out to reaching the time control, of course. So this is the move, but this was move 39, so black has only 2 more moves to make. And how is the time? 30 seconds for Eleanor, 2 minutes for short, and now he played this rook c1. Giving back, take, bishop take, and now maybe resign, maybe play some more moves. I'm not sure, but now the time scramble is over, so we can take a look at the game between Nils Grandelius and Erik Blomqvist, because we can come back to this game later. Welcome. So everything according to plan?
No, not quite.
No, not quite.
I think it was very little at some point. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe even nothing.
Yeah, this is the normal English hedgehog so far.
But it's a
But
bit rare.
maybe
It's a bit rare to castle first instead of
Yeah.
d6, but I guess it exists as well.
Of course, all moves exist.
Yes. Now I guess, I mean, I have many options: e4, rook d1, b3, bishop g5. Difficult to say, but I thought it's logical to play bishop f4 because normally you're not allowed. I mean, if he plays now d6, it's quite bad, and queen d2.
And you cannot play the normal.
Well, normally you play bishop g5, and after d6 you play queen d2 and drop the bishop back, so you're a tempo up. But of course he goes for d5, and most likely it's just equalizing immediately. Queen d2, knight a5, b3. Probably d5 immediately is also just very close to a draw. But this also makes a lot of sense. d5. I guess I have to take.
Yeah, all this was played quite quickly.
Yes.
Now f6
is a bit strange. Yeah.
So this is normal.
Yeah, this and queen e7. I guess it makes a lot of sense. Rook c1. And here, I mean, first I thought maybe he should have tried knight c6 immediately to solve the problem of the knight. But then I might play knight g5. And the knight is hanging on c6.
Yeah.
If he plays rook c8, I can take on h7.
And you...
I have queen e4, I guess. Maybe he takes with the rook and it doesn't work. Not sure. I wasn't...
okay, yes, okay. And
now
check
yes, f5.
F5.
Maybe. Because if he can play knight c6, it's just more or less draw, I guess, because his only problem is this slightly stupid knight.
Yeah.
But he went rook c8, which is also very normal. But now after knight e5, it's at least some questions I managed to ask here.
F6.
Well, maybe he doesn't want to play f6, but it's not that easy to see an alternative. So I'm threatening b4, and the knight is trapped.
Yeah.
If he takes on g2, king take, queen b7, I will play queen f3 and take back with the king.
Yes.
And he didn't really solve his problems.
No.
So f6 makes a lot of sense. What he did. Knight d3, e5. Again, other moves doesn't really make sense.
And queen a4.
But here I can play queen g4 if I want. Then I think he's more or less forced to play f5 sooner or later. So I provoke this.
He has to play.
I think he has to play it.
And now?
Yeah, let's say, but I thought he would play e4. Play for activity. I think he should keep, because actually my bishop is not that great anymore. And knight f4, even maybe g5.
Okay.
Knight h3, let's say, but it looks quite clumsy for white, I thought. That maybe black is even better here. I mean, it doesn't make sense to provoke f5, at least. So queen a4. Okay, he can probably play many moves, but it's very normal.
This was expected.
Yes, check. F3, rook f8 is also...
But now, I thought this immediately.
I mean, he can play knight c6. I will play most likely queen e4. Or queen c4 check and then queen e4, I'm not sure. You can play, take back with the rook, yeah?
I think so.
Yeah, here, no, then I should play queen e4 immediately. But I have some slight pressure, I think. I will just double on the c. I'll rook c4 next, let's say, and I mean, it's very little, of course, but I think rook fd8 is...
It's okay.
It's quite a good move, even.
Yeah.
Rook fd1. I mean, I can. The thing is, here I can take on c8 if I want. Rook takes and rook c1, and he cannot take because of mating 1. But here I think he should play h6. There is no way for me to increase the pressure. Now he is threatening to take and cannot really do anything. But it kind of explains what he did in the game. Because after rook fd8, rook fd1, he decided to play h6. But here really, I think, I mean, here he should of course play knight c6.
Yeah. No.
Because now after queen e4 there is, or let's say here queen c4. Because now queen f7 doesn't work anymore. I will just take and take on c6.
I can just show, take.
Yes. And I will get a pawn up. Yeah.
A pawn up.
Yeah.
So this win.
Well, it's
a pawn
up
is
at least.
Good enough.
Yeah. So knight c6, queen c4, king h8. Let's say queen e4. And now either knight a5 back, which I wanted to meet by queen g4 or queen f5, I thought. And he will come back with a knight, and it's not clear if I can make progress. I wasn't sure at all.
No.
I will have to try something, but I'm not even sure what. Yeah, maybe. But he will play knight d4. I cannot allow knight d4. No, I mean, what I can do also, I can of course trade and try to trade. So, and now let's say knight take on c8 and knight b4. Maybe I have some slight initiative here. Knight c6 in, or try to enter with the rook. Yeah, or even take and try to bring the king. Not, most likely not. No, I'm not in time, I guess. But rook c1. Knight c6 next, and
some chances.
Some chances here, definitely. No, but what more precise therefore is what he suggested after the game, to play rook d4 here. Queen f5, now back to d8, and we have the same.
This?
Yeah, not clear again how I play. If I can play anything at all. I mean, if I have something here, it's very, very small. I guess I should maybe some knight f2 maybe, but it's all very little. He will play knight d4 and he quite solid.
Yes.
Still okay. He has to play, I think, some few more accurate moves, but that's it. But he played h6. Now I took.
And this is a. Can you call it a big blunder?
I think it's a big blunder.
Yes, because.
I mean, after rook takes c8, he has to take with the queen, but it's really not very nice. I can play, let's say, rook c1, queen d7, and maybe even keep the queens like queen e4.
And yes, not so.
Yeah,
Still, the knight is.
Yeah, the knight is very bad.
Yeah.
And I will play maybe knight b4 and then c6. Yeah, not. I mean, it's clear that he shouldn't get this position at all. But rook takes is maybe just losing by force.
Yeah, it was not possible to find any defense at least.
No, I'm threatening knight f4 or knight takes c5 or knight c5. Anything actually.
Yeah.
Probably it's just winning. Actually, I found it slightly tricky. I mean, he played queen a6. Now if I take, e2 is hanging.
But this is just winning, I guess.
Is it? I was trying to figure out whether it was winning or not. He takes, I guess, rook d7. He takes an e2.
Yeah.
He gives check in f1.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure you want to control this one?
Yeah, but what? I mean, how do you play? Otherwise, you're mating g5, queen f5.
Yeah, but I think it's winning. That's the problem.
Like this.
And now g5.
G5, I'm gaining one tempo, but it maybe it doesn't help.
What?
F5 now, maybe.
F5.
Queen takes f3, and there's a check along the 6th rank.
Okay.
G4, queen h3.
Okay.
King and white's king is mated.
But okay.
Maybe like
take.
But still, rook c6. You take.
I take.
Rook c5.
Okay, that's
and perpetual. Rook d8, rook
yes.
d7. Very solid. No, but why should I enter this? I mean, I thought it was too complicated to calculate. Plays king h3 and because basically he has no defense.
No. All these moves are threatened once more.
Yeah. No, the thing is he cannot. He's not in time to play king h8. That's the main. If I could have played something like knight f2, let's say, but then king h8.
Yeah.
But now king h8, knight b4, and I'm hitting the queen, so I'm gaining a tempo and rook d7. So it's just winning. No, I think this h6 is just a big blunder. Right?
Yes.
So, I mean, even actually maybe rook takes c8 is, objectively speaking, an even bigger blunder, because he can still take with the queen.
Queen, yes.
But h6 is of course. H6 is played with the idea to take back with the rook, of course. He took also instantly. So.
Yeah.
And here I think it should be just over actually.
Yeah. No defense was found.
No.
Let's see.
Okay, yeah. I guess nice. I can win in many ways here. But
that's a 6.
I'm winning a pawn and continue with the attacks. Yeah.
And now he
should just resign.
I guess you are just taking.
I just wanted to take on c6.
Yeah.
2 pawns up. And big attack still. So.
Yeah. This is not possible.
That's it. Yeah.
So nice.
Well, really, we just one moment of interest when you play this h6. Otherwise, he was quite close to a draw.
But that's you still had some pressure all the time.
Sure. Yeah.
He was forced to find some accurate moves.
Sure. I mean, white can never be worse, at least.
No.
It was very solid.
Yeah. Okay, and the last game. What about this position?
Well, he should probably resign. No?
He should resign.
Even the right color on a1.
But I guess this bishop will be used.
Yeah.
For a sacrifice. Yeah, he should resign.
Yeah. It's just resignable.
Knight f5, b3, and it's time for Short to resign. He probably will. He just wanted to give a check first. Okay. There was one more move. He wants to take this pawn, and now he can resign after king c5 because now the knight is not able to come back and take on b4. Could he take this pawn? It would be a draw, of course, but he's not even close. So he should resign. And he did. So now Eleanor got his first win. And what's the situation right now? Then in the lead right now is Gandelius and Jobava. 2 players on 3 points. 3 points, yes. And they are followed by
2.5.
no 3. No? We have played 5 rounds.
This is round 4.
This is round 4.
Yeah. And
This is Friday today or Saturday or what?
Saturday. So Nils played.
Ah, okay, we play 5. I'm a complete. Yeah, okay. Okay, so this was the end of the last game. This was a very complicated game between Short and Eljanov. Very hard to say. If you sit at home with a computer, you know much better than me if this was a correct sacrifice from Short or not.
It was actually.
It was.
It wasn't correct.
It was correct.
But he followed it up in the wrong way.
Ah, okay, so he had some chances.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was winning at one point.
Okay, he was actually winning.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me why. When?
So what did he play? He played before.
Yes.
Yeah, he should have taken the pawn and reset with the knight.
You should have played
Yeah.
knight take and just pressure.
And then you can play queen e6 and push the pawn.
So maybe not winning immediately, but good chances for white.
Exactly, it was complicated, but it was.
Yeah. But he went for the king, and he should have gone for the g pawn.
The g pawn.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to tell us something about this game, because we didn't understand much. This was extremely complicated.
Yeah.
And you were spending a lot of time in the opening.
In the opening, because
both players.
Because it's very unusual.
Yeah.
It was very unusual. Okay.
So this is almost never played, even in this position.
Really? Okay.
There are of course games, but
yeah, it should be okay for black.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of options I have. It's hard to.
Yeah, I was expecting c5 all
Then
the
bishop
time.
e3, yeah, because then white has bishop b5 in one go, and this is a.
So I wanted to.
Yeah, because normally this position occurs when instead of f4, white has bishop on e2. This is stabby.
Yeah, with this one.
Yeah, but here actually white has bishop b5 in one go, and okay, I don't know.
Ah, okay,
Maybe
and
it's in white favor somehow.
So this f4 pawn is for free on f4.
It's for free. It could be weakness also, but okay, you never know because it's.
No. So what you played?
I think it's knight h6. It's
yes.
It's obvious and logical because okay, normally white black plays this without with pawn on f2, then it's okay. Of course, it's not that easy because white can get this. I mean, okay, okay, it's knight c3. It's an interesting move because white fights against c5 also. c5, then bishop e3, and okay.
So c5, then again bishop e3.
Okay, it's unclear. I don't know. And if knight g4, then bishop g1, it's nothing special.
And it will just push you back.
Okay, I think I played normally bishop g4. It's logical because because if he plays bishop e3, which is logical, then queen b6. This is kind of it's then hanging knight e5 is coming, then two pawns is hanging on d4 and b2. And it looks like black is okay already after bishop g4 because he played bishop d3, knight f5. And okay, because of course with two bishops, black is fine here.
Yeah, when you have to take, then you're always good.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, castle, bishop g7, a4. Actually, yes. So I wasn't sure what was the idea
No.
after this move, and I decided to play to move it. I mean, it's not c5 was not that clear also, but I decided then it's slightly weakening queen side, then it's logical. But okay, I don't know. Bishop e3, c4, and yeah, this he should play it because otherwise I think black is just better. I mean,
He has to get
I have
f5.
a free play. I have a lot of space already.
Yeah, so he must push f5 some.
Yeah, h5 actually I'm not sure because okay, I have a lot of options. Maybe just to play some knight c6 and g6. I mean, knight g3, g6. And black is fine here, but okay, I wasn't sure. But okay, maybe it's not better for black. More or less equal position. I think I played principal move h5, knight g3, bishop g6, and actually knight e1. This is I didn't see actually. This is this move because it's very important to defend c2 pawn. Then,
so he wants to defend.
Then queen f3 is coming. Yeah. Actually, somehow I didn't see this move. And okay, I played logical.
Queen d7.
And
queen f3. And now he wants to push.
Yeah, h4. I think it's logical. f5. Otherwise, I'm just better. Take. Yeah, here actually f6 was possible, but okay. I thought that f5 is more is the more straight. I mean, the straight way. But it's not sure.
f6 looks more safe.
f6 was more safe actually. But yeah, but yeah, somehow I decided that here he is not forced to take on f6, and but it's still not that clear what he will do here. Okay, f5 was possible, but the drawback that g4 he has g4. Actually g4.
So you think f6 was maybe a better move?
Hard to say. It's very. Because g4, f4 here, yes, of course. At first I didn't see knight g2 here. At first when I play f4, but okay, when he started to think, I realized that he has this, and okay, actually knight c6 probably black is okay if I didn't get, if I don't want to take with the knight and castle. And okay, I felt that black is okay, but I don't know.
No, but it's pressure on g7,
rook e8 actually no. I'm in time to play queen e8 is next move.
And you'll go for this one.
Yeah, I'm in time, but okay, he is not forced also to play knight h5.
No.
Okay, probably black is okay here, but it's hard to evaluate. I decided to play principled move.
Knight on b8.
So yeah, knight on b8.
Yeah.
It could be
quite important.
Yeah.
Temp.
Yeah, it's forced. Knight f4 is forced because if he takes on g7, just rook e8, I think it's safe for black.
Because now you can defend this.
Yeah, then it's very important tempo. He should take on e6 probably. Yeah, king c7 the only move. Take. King b6. a5. Actually, here I have a lot of all king's move is possible here. I wasn't sure. The problem is at first I wanted to play king b5, but here actually here yeah, the problem is that he has I don't have a knight c6 because he has knight c5. I mean, not that easy to develop.
After b3, they're losing for black.
I don't know, but it's dangerous. Yeah.
Okay, play c3.
Then rook goes somewhere. Rook from f1 and then.
And then the queen is.
Then queen is coming.
Okay. Once this idea again.
Like in game.
Like in game.
Like
okay.
in game.
King on a6 is more safe.
Yeah.
Actually, king c6 was possible, but it's dangerous here.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, I decided to play. It looks more safe. Here, the line I was calculating is king takes g7. It's very. I mean, it's principled also.
With the queen. Or with
I
the
mean,
knight.
okay, queen takes g7. Yeah. No, queen take on e6, take on h8, and take on g4. I think I'm winning here because g7. He should play g7. Knight c6. I have take on a8 and queen check e4. I mean take and queen h7 and it's just winning because okay I'm mating. Everything is checks, going with checks. Yeah, it's clear that it should be mate here because he take on g7 and
then
he can't play king f3 and then okay I'm mating somehow. It's surely here. Yeah, it was very important. Okay, before it's interesting, but I think black should be winning here, but okay, of course, with such a king on a6, you never know, yeah.
Yeah, you can blunder a knight.
Yeah, actually, it's not that easy. I didn't want to take on before, but the b3, but I didn't see what exactly, because rook b1, he wants to play somewhere. It's not that easy to make a move, and I decided to go take. And rook b1. Actually, yeah.
He is playing for this check.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know. I have a lot of moves probably here because it's not mate. He's not creating mate immediately, but okay, it's unpleasant, of course, to be in such a mating net. Yeah. I think I played. Okay, at least I played logical move rook c8.
Yes, covering.
Yeah,
always for
I
this
don't
check.
know whether it's the best, but at least it looks logical. He
gave this check.
Gave it check. If rook b3, then I don't know, maybe even e2 I have. Or rook c2 also I have. Rook takes c2, but okay, e2 maybe was my intention to play was e2. Okay, I don't know. Looks good for black, probably. Yeah, but I don't see.
You never know if there is.
You never know.
Could be a move somewhere.
Yeah. And actually, what he did in endgame should be technically lost. He gave a check. No. I mean.
Let's play. How was it again? Take rook c1.
Actually, I wanted to play rook c4 also, but I think it's not that clear. I mean, take on b3 with the pawn, take on e6, take, and then queen g2 he has. Okay, I think it's not clear.
65.
Yeah, it's maybe dangerous. I don't know. Okay, I should probably. And then I realized it during. Okay, it's luckily I have some time here.
Yeah. And he had not.
Yeah, but this in game it looks lost because okay, I realized that I have after takes I have rook c6. I think it's technical move, good move because I'm securing g6 pawn because knight f4 and bishop g5 very important.
Rook e3 was the last mistake, I think. Knight g7 you should take only chance.
How?
Take immediately.
Yeah, but it's lost, I think.
No, maybe, but rook e3 for sure lost because g6
Yeah, of course.
g6 and you can resign.
Yeah.
Only hope is g6 pawn.
Yeah, probably, but it should be lost. Maybe.
Yeah, but it's not so easy. I mean, it's not trouble to find.
Yeah, it's
No.
true. It's
it was
true.
last chance. I was considering. I was wondering why he take on this.
And probably.
Nobody cares this pawn.
Yeah.
He
It's
missed
true.
rook c6, I think. This is my
Probably.
opinion. It's not easy move.
Yeah, here it's still
But how you want to play that knight g7?
Okay, I don't know. Maybe.
I didn't see a clear win here.
Maybe e2 possible, no?
e2 then rook e3.
Rook e3 then take.
Knight e5.
Knight c6.
The G7 and
Bishop G5. Yeah.
No, rook E1 now. I have this G6 pawn on the game.
Yeah, but it's
What,
lost.
play this?
Yeah, of course, I have to take pawns.
It should be lost anyway.
Yeah, it should be, but...
Yeah, of course, he has some chances still.
But the game just...
Maybe I will sacrifice some rook G8 and somewhere I will take on D4. It should be win. Maybe take on D4 immediately.
But what's the threat from white in this position?
No threat, but okay, take on D4. I mean, just to... no, I can take then rook on C2 hanging, yeah. Okay, it's... Okay, yes, some chances. But actually no threat.
No threat from...
Yeah.
I don't see white's next move.
Yeah, then maybe just take on F5, yeah. And then push the pawn and that's all.
Yeah, but take on E2, then take on H2 and go to H8, no?
Maybe, yeah. So he has some threats.
Okay, so he has this...
Also, rook C2 if you go B5, you cannot move out.
Yeah.
It's not so easy, you got 3 minutes here or 2.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, Bishop
You can easily panic here.
Bishop G5 and then knight E7, I don't know.
Yeah, okay. It was only knight E7, of course. I should win.
Maybe Bishop B4 then take on. Bishop B4 take on E2 and then knight take D4, maybe this line.
You want to play this? Take.
Yeah, of course, it's not that easy. Take on D4, then take on G7. Okay.
Knight E6 is draw. Knight E6 and then check on C7.
Okay, it's a drawing chances here. It's hard to say. Yeah, it was the last chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, after rook C6 it's just hopeless.
Yeah, then it's collapsing.
Yeah.
Totally. So what was his real mistake? What was?
We
don't know.
We should check on the engine because it's a wild game.
Yeah. But it was a nice game, interesting to watch. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
And tomorrow. And tomorrow we have the last round, and we start 2 hours earlier. We start at 12 o'clock tomorrow. Don't forget. I hope I'm correct. Yes.
Yeah, 12.
Yeah, you know, you're...
Not nice.
So, see you tomorrow at 12 o'clock. Thank you.
So today we can drink.
Ligger partierna ute på någon hemsida?
Ja.
Det gör de.
Ja.
På föreningshemsidan eller på någon tjänst?